Good morning, and welcome to the 26th Annual Building Bridges Conference, Revolutionizing Tomorrow, Envisioning a World of Collective Liberation. My name is Chelsea Boyden, and I am one of the co-chairs of the Building Bridges organization. I am a senior triple major in political science, philosophy, and peace, justice, and conflict studies from Northwood, Iowa, which is a small town on the Iowa-Minnesota border. It's an honor to be here today, and I am thrilled to share this conference with you all.
My name is Amanda Braun, and I am the other co-chair of Building Bridges. Alongside Chelsea, I have been a member of Building Bridges since my freshman year. I served on the general committee for freshman and sophomore year. I was on the executive board for junior, and I am now a co-chair. Being co-chair this year has been such an honor, and I am so grateful to be standing in front of you today. I am also a political science, gender studies, and peace, justice, and conflict studies triple major from Bloomington, Minnesota. Before we begin, we would like to preface this conference with a land acknowledgement. We understand that this is only the beginning to delivering full reparations to the indigenous nations which inhabited this land, and we would like to recognize this before we begin our conference on collective liberation. Collective liberation means indigenous liberation, and the land which Gustavus occupies was home to the Ochete-Chacouen, the Wapikut, and the Wapitin nations before the Treaty of Traverse des Sioux in 1851. This treaty transferred ownership of the land from the nations to settler colonialists. This treaty marked another step in the process that saw indigenous nations increasingly marginalized in and dismissed from land that has been and remained their home. We thank the land, and we will continue to support efforts related to land reparation in St. Peter and beyond.
Building Bridges is a student organization at Gustavus Adolphus College that focuses on educating and informing community members on issues relating to social justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Building Bridges members work all year to not only educate and bring awareness, but also to give the public the tools to be active and engaged. The Building Bridges Conference has always been a platform to students to address significant issues of justice in a proactive and informative way. Even when the conference is over, Building Bridges continues to work to educate the greater Gustavus community on social justice issues by encouraging them to be engaged on said social justice issues. The goal of this year's conference is to center radical joy and healing in times of suffering in a seemingly broken world. Previous conference themes have been environmental justice, immigration, mental health, mass incarceration, and more. Keynote speakers have ranged from Angela Davis to Charlotte Black Elk to Jody Williams. We are excited to expand on the history of building bridges by adding this conference to its history book.
Before we introduce our first featured performance, we would like to go over the conference schedule and the logistics for the day. Soon, we will welcome our featured performances to begin our conference, and then we will move into a keynote address and a Q&A session with Olakemi. We will then move into an interactive lunch break to learn about the nuances of food justice. Following that, we will have our first workshop and action piece series, and then a live Q&A session with Opal Tometi. We will then have 2 more workshops and action piece installments before finishing the day with a panel discussion, including our 3 workshop presenters and 3 Gustavus faculty. If for any reason you need to leave during the conference, you can easily continue watching the live stream by rejoining the link at any time. The recording of the conference will also be available publicly for 2 weeks after the conference.
The Building Bridges Conference would not be possible without the support of our co-sponsors. We would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to the Center of Inclusive Excellence and Gustavus Adolphus College for their generosity in supporting the conference. We would like to acknowledge the support of Gustavus in helping make this conference a reality. Given the nature of a virtual event and developing a conference that has never been done before, we wish to recognize all the hands that have gone into making this conference happen. Our sincerest gratitude goes out to the marketing office, the Gustavus production team running the live stream today, technology services, print services, admissions, the Office of Church Relations, the Office of the Chaplains, the Advancement Office, the Office of Alumni Relations, Junior Audrey Ochtrup de Carroll for designing the art for the conference, and our video production team, including Senior Carrie Bather and Looney Bin Productions. Your support and willingness to collaborate with us has had an invaluable impact on this conference. There's something so special and unique about this year, and it's how many people, specifically young people, have had a hand in putting on this conference one way or another. I've never been good at math, but I did do a few calculations, and are almost 100 young people in total who have been involved in building bridges this year at some capacity, which is absolutely phenomenal. I think that really says something about our focus on collective liberation, that we are able to come together when the odds are stacked against us and to mobilize to create something beautiful.
Finally, Chelsea and I want to take the time to thank and honor our student committee who've worked so hard and stuck by us in an incredibly challenging year. In such an unprecedented era, there were so many times where Chelsea and I barely had anything to give our committee members. Yet they ran with it, they showed up every single week, they worked tirelessly for what is bound to be an incredible conference. Thank you for your hard work, your patience, your joy, and for sharing this vision with us. Today, we celebrate you. Per COVID protocol, we are coming to you live from 2 separate studios on the Gustavus campus, one in the main studio at Olin and the other in the new Center for Inclusive Excellence. For those of you who do not know, the center just recently moved to a new, larger space on campus. This space was originally known as the Dive and has been renovated to now fit 4 conference rooms, 3 offices, an updated dance floor, and a newly furnished kitchen area. The new Center for Inclusive Excellence serves as a physical representation of the ongoing diversity, equity, and inclusion work always happening on campus to push for social change. We are so grateful to have been granted use of this space today.
When considering how we wanted to approach this year's conference, our original plan was to focus on public health. Then, the world was devastated by the murder of George Floyd, and the systemic oppression rooted in so many of the institutions that we rely on were unveiled, and we knew that we needed to take a new approach. In a world that is seemingly broken, we wanted this year's theme to center the radical aspects of joy, hope, and community. With choosing the topic of collective liberation, we wanted to focus on providing attendees with a chance to explore what could be if we all recognize the interconnectedness in our fight for liberation.
We're hoping that this conference is able to start conversations that normalize our need for one another and how those needs are intimately connected to each person's liberation. We're living through a global pandemic. We're dealing with environmental degradation. We are seeing innocent people murdered because of their skin color or other social identities, and more. It's hard to feel anything but hopeless. We believe that this conference will remind us all to lean on one another, and when we know that we have each other's backs, we are truly better people.
If you feel inclined during the conference today to support Building Bridges via monetary donation, you can find a donation link on the Gustavus Building Bridges website. Your donations make this organization and conference a success, and we want to thank you all for your generosity and dedication to making sure that Building Bridges is always supported. Later on in the conference, we will be providing resources to Minnesota mutual aid funds and direct sources that we encourage you to contribute to if you have the means. So, no matter where you are, thank you for joining us today and starting the conversation on how we can engage in collective liberation and mobilize for a more just world. We hope to make you all proud today. So with that, we will now move on to our first featured performance, which is the 820 Dance Company, founded by Madeline Burnham, who graduated from Gustavus in 2019. The subtle movements and constant kinesthetic flow within the bodies of the dancers creates an environment in which we can all attempt to create their own stories. The company will be dancing to Hunger of the Pine by Alt J. Please enjoy.
Sleeplessly embracing butterflies and needles line my seamed up joint, encased in case I need it. In my stomach, on my heart, chainmail. effortlessly embracing. Yearning to me, plenty more days in the sea, and so you finally use it. Bedding with me, you see at night your heart wears night armor under all the pine.
Our next featured performance is the Linus Improv Comedy Troupe, which was founded in 2003. The organization is led by Senior Marin Sella, who is the president of the group and is one of the business managers. Linus performs once a month and provides Gustavan students with laughter and enjoyment. The group mainly performs short-form improv with goals to venture into long-form in the near future. This performance will frame improv comedy in the context of collective liberation. Without further ado, here is Linus Improv.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Ah.
Hello, folks. Thanks for joining us here today. Our first game of the evening will be a fun game we call Monologue. So give me a topic, I'll give you a monologue. I'll take audience suggestions now. Feel free to shout them out.
Shrek the musical.
Climate change.
Being.
Going
Squeaky
to
chairs.
first
Being
day of school.
scared.
Collective liberation.
That's the one. That's what we're doing. Collective liberation. So, every single one of my days start and end with meetings. Class meetings, outside meetings, meetings. And I love my meetings. They're not bad. But they all serve an immediate purpose, whether that be planning an event, building my education, doing something for the greater institution I'm involved in. And as much as I enjoy those things, they take a lot out of me. At the end of my day, I'm really tired. And ultimately are a part of a greater structure. That structure being capitalism, neoliberalism. Things we all know, can't say we love them, but we know them. However, there are a few things in my life that I feel break out of that mold. They exist outside of this structure to an extent and bring me what I call joy. And one of those things is improv. Improv is fun. Improv is funny. I don't do improv for money. I don't do improv for anyone else other than myself. It fills my whole cup. And historically, the arts, improv included, have not been characterized as productive from an economic standpoint. But I argue that their value transcends our understanding of monetary value. And ultimately, doing something that brings me joy out of my day and that I don't do for terms of money or education or something greater and a part of that institution is inherently radical. And I feel when myself and my fellow improvers get together and have fun just for the sake of having fun and laughing, we're collectively liberating ourselves from the rest of our day that may drain us. And those are my thoughts on collective liberation.
Okay, class. I'm struggling with this Zoom thing. Can you see me? Can you see me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Prof.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, just checking.
Mhm.
Just checking. Okay. Is everyone here? Okay, I'm seeing some weird pictures. Do you guys just?
That's us, Professor.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep.
What's up, Dr. Schlapanov? It's great to see you outside of the Zoom screen, sir. It's been ages since I've seen anybody in person, but glad it's you.
I know. So what did you want to do for in-person office hours today? What were you thinking of?
It's a great question. I was actually thinking, would you want to just like hacky sack for a while, like you and me? I think that's good.
Sure.
Oh my gosh. You would not believe what just happened. Like, I almost just got run over on the street. You know, those guys that always drive way too fast, like in front of our neighborhood? Oh my God.
Oh, for sure, man. And they're always like in their Lexuses or whatever. You know, like screw the man, dude. Like, they're just the man.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I was like, as they drove by, and they just, you know, ignored me, of course, like always. But, oh, I'm just glad I made it, honestly.
Are you, so you're just gonna do kick flips right in front of my brand new Lexus? Like you own this road.
Yeah, I live here. This is in front of my house. This road isn't your property either. So yeah, I am.
Actually, I'm the mayor. So
My apologies, believe me.
like, all right, I've had enough.
Sweetie, can I borrow the car really quickly for something?
Where, you know, we have one car in the mayor's house. What do you need it for?
I was really just thinking that I could go to a conference this weekend.
You know what? I love it. I love my women educated, so I'm gonna I'm gonna let you go.
Are you laughing?
Never.
Conference.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to.
Jeez.
I will be silent the rest of the time. Yeah, and I'm talking right now. I'm sorry. Continue.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, as I was saying, plumbing. It's important. We need it. Or else, I don't even want to say it. I'm sorry, I'm still worked up about the person interrupting me. Yes, interrupter.
I'm so sorry I detoured your speech, but I'm on the edge of my seat. Can you please tell me the consequence?
Oh, the conference is no place to talk about that.
Oh, okay.
Dad, I got one of your plungers stuck on my head. Dad, it's
Why do I
pulling
even do
on my
this?
skin.
Why do I even, here, give me that.
Ow.
See, and that pulled hair.
Like the entire top of my hair is gone now.
I'm surrounded by morons.
Owie.
Come on, let's go to the hospital.
Okay. 5th trip this week.
All right, so I see that they had to give you stitches, but now it's my turn to cut your hair. I'm trimming it really nice. It'll look beautiful, okay, sweetie?
Yay! Thank you, haircut lady.
Yes. Oh, and before I forget, here's a lollipop. Would you like it? Oh, you just want me to... So, I heard your dad.
Yeah, my dad's doing all right. He's hanging in there. I'm sorry, I
That's
can't.
really
Can you?
tough. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's just sometimes hearing your stories while I cut your kid's hair, a different kid from that other weird one. The one earlier went to the hospital or something. It was not the move.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. But I like hearing about your life. Because it's really just important to know what's going on. What are problems that you're facing?
Absolutely.
Other than this awful gum in your kid's hair.
Oh, we were spitting balls. This gum spit balls that parents do with their kids. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh, I'm meeting this group this week, you guys. My little Susie, she's just been horrible this week. You know what I'm saying? And I need some support. I need some parental support. What do I do when my daughter, when she just runs. She just runs.
When my kid starts running around, they get the zoomies or whatever they call it. Sometimes you gotta chase them. You gotta make sure that they have plenty of energy, so then they can do really good in sports. You know what I'm saying? You kind of gotta embrace that.
I hear you. Well, what do I do when my child is able to run faster than I am? They're just little speedy demons.
That's good.
I just feel helpless. What?
So your kid was running with my kid. And I always tell them not to run with scissors, but there they were with those scissors again.
No. Oh my gosh. Susie has an obsession with scissors right now. She's trying to become a hairstylist. No. Are they okay?
They're okay. My kid did, lose a little bit of the toe, but I'm a hairdresser, so they're honestly pretty used to that. They're always the guinea pig, and they've seen me run with scissors, so it's completely okay. Everything.
Okay, for sure. Yes. You set a precedent, they follow it, and it's okay. Okay.
Yeah. That's pretty much all we have to teach our kids. Well, except for how to just be their own person, but they figure that out on their own without us anyways.
That's not important. That's not important.
With that, we've had a monologue. Blackout.
All right. Thank you, Linus, for that fantastic performance. Before we go ahead and jump into our keynote speaker here, me and my other co-facilitator are going to introduce ourselves. So my name is Tyra Banks. Yes, that is my actual name. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am a senior biology and classics double major here at Gustavus, and I have the pleasure of serving as one of your student facilitators today. And I'm going to let my other facilitator introduce herself.
Hello, everyone. Hi, salam ጤና ይስጥልኝ. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hiwet Sugebo. I am an international student from Ethiopia. I'm a senior environmental studies and peace, justice, conflict studies double major with public health and geography minors. And I am also one of your facilitators today. And I'm very grateful to have Building Bridges have me and Tyra here. It's going to be so much fun, and we're so excited to have this conference today.
Absolutely. All right, let's get right into it. So we're very excited to introduce our first highlighted speaker of the day. Olakemi is a spiritual advisor, creative, psychic medium, and astrologer. While spirituality may assume the use of divination in reaching beyond the realm of physical phenomena, Olakemi believes spirituality to also be a healing process of self-awareness, unpacking trauma, and delving into health and wellness. Olakemi centers their platform on collective liberation and the critical role healing plays in both our relationships with ourselves and others. Please join me, Gusties, in giving a warm welcome to Olakemi.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. I hope everyone is having a great day today. Thank you all for being here at this amazing conference. I am so excited to speak to you all today about using spirituality to liberate the collective. So, if you don't know me, I am Kemi. I work with the collective, the people, and I do so through spirituality. And that spiritual work has really increased since COVID. A lot's been going on in the world, as we all know, and it's super important that we begin discussing ways to change the world, that we begin discussing ways to liberate the collective now and post-COVID, whenever that is. There's so many ways to view liberation, so many ways to access this radical joy, this radical healing that we're looking for in these times, right? And one way that I access this joy and healing is through spirituality. So I am a spiritual advisor. I've been spiritual pretty much my entire life. I used to practice the Christian faith, and I really just always believed in something bigger than myself, right? I had a spiritual awakening at 17 in high school, and ever since then, I've been on the search for meaning, the search for answers, and the search for wisdom, mainly through like my life experiences. And because of that, I actually decided to graduate with a degree in philosophy, continence philosophy centered on intuition, existentialism, like the human condition, not analytical philosophy. That's great, but I love the human condition a lot. So I studied and graduated with my degree in philosophy, religion, society, like women, gender studies. At first I was like, yeah, like poli-sci is for me, like I'm gonna be in political science. But philosophy and religion seemed to follow me as my spiritual journey unfolded. And it all seemed to just kind of align, right? And right before I concluded my studies, I began teaching and preaching online, which gave me recognition in the spiritual community. I wasn't expecting it at all, but I'm so thankful that it happened because now I get to really center my work on like healing, right? On liberating the soul. And I do this work on the collective level, right? So that brings me here today, and I'm so thankful to be here because through COVID, like since COVID has happened, I've seen the collective spirit shift and change in a way that has brought a lot more people to spirituality, which I absolutely love. So my lens focuses more so on the individuals within the collective and how we work as a group, right? Because we're all interconnected. So the collective spirit is kind of what I emphasize. So the collective spirit in 2021, right? If we talk about the collective spirit, we should look at where we're at now, since a lot has changed, and we should look at where we were before, right? So the collective spirit pre-COVID was one of basically running aimlessly at the heels of capitalism, at the head, at the body. We were chasing and we were running aimlessly towards work, towards career, towards specific lifestyles, towards making more money, towards getting ahead. Like, I'm sure everyone remembers life pre-COVID. We were constantly moving. I think we're coming up on like a year of being like in quarantine or in lockdown in a sense. And we can see that life has changed significantly, right? Before, we were really emphasizing a life of just kind of moving through the motions rather than truly living for oneself. And a lot of us didn't really have the opportunity to, right? Like we're always told that we have to grow up and do certain things and like get a career and like just work, right? And I think that we're starting to see that pre-COVID lifestyle was quite disempowering to oneself. So we were constantly running. Now, the collective during COVID, we really slowed down, right? We went from a run to a crawl. And basically, when COVID hit and the collective went from this run to a crawl, right, it made us pause, right? It forced people to stop. It forced people to consider life in general, right? All these structures changed. No more eating in, right? The regular 9 to 5 changed. There was no more big group hangouts. Online classes, social distancing, like we all know what happened, right? It was a lot of solitude for everyone. And that solitude really made us all realize the places we were escaping to, right? The places we were escaping to run from ourselves and the problems around us, right? We were just going to work, we were just going to school. And at this point, now that we're in COVID, quarantine, all we really have is our personal journeys. All we really have is our mental health and the meaning that we had assigned to our lives, which many people hadn't truly stopped to think about, right, until COVID hit. And it makes sense. We were running. But now, during COVID, everything's slowing down. Everything material, in a sense, has kind of broken down. And the truth is that we're at a place where, okay, we no longer have to run. We don't have to live like that anymore. So where are we going now? So foundational collective identity shifted. If we look at it in a positive light, that means that this shift, right, can allow us to move in the direction of a new identity, a new collective identity. We can see what distracted us from humanity, and we can choose to shift our focus to promote other things like social change, right, or healing, which is obviously what I love, healing throughout the collective. This transformation to the collective identity is essentially what I believe will bring about liberation and empowerment for everyone. Looking at our identity, seeing how we're going to transform it. So what does it mean to liberate the collective, and why should we even do it? Liberation is the act of setting someone free from imprisonment, slavery, or oppression. It's release. It's freedom from limits on thought or behavior. So to liberate the collective is to free ourselves from trauma. And again, I'm speaking in terms of a spiritual level. To free ourselves from oppression, which is a system in itself, but free from repressing oneself, free from harmful behaviors, free ourselves from isolationist mindset, from this individualism that we've been trying to chase after. It means to free ourselves from the rules of everyone else, free ourselves from hate, to free ourselves from the ways that we have always been doing things. That's the opportunity that we have at this moment. To liberate the collective is to embrace compassion, embrace vulnerability, community, humanity, love and understanding, social justice, new systems, right? Embracing new systems that will uplift the collective. I think this is the perfect time for us to embrace life and what it means to truly live. And ultimately, that liberation, that embracing new things is what will help empower us. So like why? Like why do we want to liberate the collective? Well, we all know where we're at. We all know where the world is at in terms of social justice, in terms of the chaos, right? And in order to change the collective, we have to free ourselves. It's not going to help us to keep hashing out the same thing over and over and over. And we have to release. We have to let go of something. There's no moving forward until we release. That's something that I emphasize so heavily, like in spirituality in general. Whenever you're trying to move forward, there's going to be something that you have to release, right? So we have to free the collective. We have to free ourselves from the old ways, right? We have to empower ourselves, establish new priorities, gain deeper understandings, become aware of life and the interconnectedness so that we can shift the interests of society. Ultimately, this liberation and this freedom that we are looking to step into means altering the identity of society. And that altering of society can come through many avenues, right? But the one I'm focusing on is like the individual, through empowering and enlightening individuals people as we can come together to uplift a new identity that calls for more liberating ways of navigating the world. So at the end of the day, we liberate the collective so that we as individuals can be better, right? But so that our society and the world can change. That change truly happens through freeing ourselves from the old ways that we're used to. And so, of course, we have to be willing to do that work. And I choose to do that work spiritually, right? We choose to work together spiritually to free ourselves from the old ways. But I think when we're talking about society, like, yes, there are groups in society, there's a collective, but we can also empower the individual. And my work, how do we empower the individual? This is where I or people who like do the same work as me come in, right? We ask, how do we empower the individual to make changes, right? There are so many routes to liberating the individual. There are so many focuses. There's so many ways to liberate the collective. And I definitely want to point out, when we're talking about empowering the individual, I want to point out that we shouldn't put all the weight on the individual, right? Many things are at a governmental level, and so it isn't for us to blame like individuals, blame each other for where we're at, because all of this isn't our fault. Things are much deeper than this, and things are much deeper than that. Like, there are so many structures, there are so many layers in place that are oppressive, that need to be abolished, and everything can't, won't, and shouldn't happen on the individual level, right? So I want to note that this isn't necessarily a replacement, but more so a supplement to the changes that need to happen on a governmental level, on a higher level. Ideally, it would be so nice if people would just like do their job, right? But all I can do as a spiritualist is emphasize the tools that I have, give the tools and resources to the collective, to individuals in the collective, so that we can like shift our focus to be better, I guess, and help the world at large. So like I said, my focus on the people, giving people the tools spiritually that they can use to liberate themselves as best they can. Hopefully through liberating words, this healing, transformative energy can spread through many people, so that even if the world at large isn't changing as quick as we'd like it to, you and the people around you can truly internally change, learn things, shift perspectives, give more resources to other people that may not have them, right? To really emphasize living a life that you genuinely care about. So focusing on you spiritually, so that you can experience that radical joy, so you can experience that healing and that grounding when the world is shaking, right? So how do we empower the individual? We are finally here using spiritual and holistic work. Again, this is where I come in. The key here is that in order to liberate ourselves as a collective and push towards more, we have to shift the foundation to which our identity is built on. Like, what is our identity built on as a society? And we can think of that on individual terms. What are our identities built upon, right? Identity is a huge aspect of empowerment. We live in a society that likes to disempower the individual by stripping their identity, right? Their sense of self. And when you strip someone's identity, when people don't know their roots, their foundation, or they're kind of chasing something else, right? Now you consume everything that everyone's projecting onto you, right? We live in a society where, and not just society, but all the structures that be that likes to disempower the individual and project standards onto them. So when we're discussing liberation and empowerment, we have to understand that goes hand in hand with knowing your identity. Liberation and empowerment go hand in hand with defining your own identity, your roots, your foundation, and stepping into an identity that fully embraces your spirit. So in order to fully embrace our spirit, right, we must remove all the projections of the world. And it is a task. It is a daily work. It's a daily thing, right? But we have to undo and really question, or at least think about, maybe we don't all have to undo everything. Maybe we can just think about it, analyze it, everything that we have been taught, everything that's been taught to us. We have to figure out what our identity truly is outside of what's been projected onto us. What your spirit is truly calling you to do. We have to ask, how am I living authentically? How are we living authentically, right? How can we empower ourselves and build a strong foundation for a liberated spirit, right? For an empowered identity. We have to seek mental, emotional, and spiritual liberation. There are obviously so many forms of liberation, like outside of these three. But I'm going to center these three today because they're pretty internal and something that we can do on a daily basis. So since to liberate is to free, you literally have to free yourself, to release yourself from the old ways. And in spiritual terms, that can come through what we call shadow work, which is looking at the darkness within yourself, within the world, understanding, recognizing, and becoming aware of the problems that exist. On a spiritual level, on an individual level, that means looking at any other problems that exist within, right? And I say problems, but it's more so just like things that you've been through that are on your heart, that you have to work through, right? Not necessarily just a problem, but we become aware of our full selves, right? And it means becoming aware of the things that aren't necessarily serving you in order to open up to something better, to be better. In spirituality, liberation, freedom comes through changing habits. It's a lot of lifestyle changes, behavioral changes. It's a lot of healing, self-therapying, accepting realities, learning about new things, and being willing to shift the mindset. A lot of people want to hold on to the old, or like don't necessarily know anything different, right? A lot of people can say like it is what it is, like this is where we're at, but there's no freedom holding on to what used to be. There's no freedom just saying it is what it is. Expansion, right? We must constantly be growing, and spirituality allows us to constantly check in on our spirit and our growth and our advancement on our path, right? Liberating oneself is a constant pursuit to honestly look at yourself in order to better who you are, right? We can no longer hold on to what was taught to us. We can no longer hold on to what was told to us about ourselves, like what they told us we have to do. Liberating the collective means letting go and freeing ourselves from all of these projections, which requires a journey of lifestyle changes. And that's where spirituality comes in. So I identify spirituality in my own way. I say spirituality is an adventure and rediscovery of self every single day. Like I said, so many things are projected onto us all the time. You literally have to rediscover yourself, rediscover your root, and figure out where you're at and who you are. And it's a beautiful journey. Like it's great figuring out what you love. It's great figuring out how you want to express yourself, how you want to walk, how you want to fight your fight, right? But it's a daily journey of wandering through the shadows just to access the light. And it's healing the spirit, it's walking with love, and it's living authentically. It's truly a daily process of liberating the mind, the body, and the spirit. So liberating the mind, this comes in so many forms, but with spirituality, to liberate the mind is to gain an awareness to something greater than your material self. It means to put defenses down and be willing to shake the table, be willing to shake everything, every foundation that you were taught to be true. And it's a task, right? Many people feel threatened when everything they know to be true is tugged at or disrupted, right? And that's because people's identity is centered on what they know to be true, what you were taught as a child, like what society says is right and wrong, right? But when you can step outside of that and realize that sometimes everything society, sometimes everything the government says is right and wrong isn't true, like when you can step outside of that, you can choose what you believe, you can choose what you do, right? When you're raised in a society, like I said before, that strips your true self and fills you with a false sense of self, then it can be even harder to see your nature, and it can be harder to see your true identity. But putting down those defenses is the first step. Recognizing the restrictions of the world, becoming aware of the world's problems. That's where a lot of people are, recognizing the world's problem, just becoming aware, right? But spirituality kind of requires people to see beyond and believe there is more. So it means actively working to decolonize, unpacking what you've known to be true, and constantly thinking about why you believe what you do. To liberate the mind is to pretty much ask yourself like all the time, like, why do I believe this? Why do I believe what I do? It's okay to inquire about what you know to be true. It's okay to explore and ask questions. And it's okay to think about what really makes sense to you. I know there's so many people who are like scared to like challenge the status quo, to challenge what they've been taught. And they're like, oh, it'll make me a disbeliever, or it'll mean that like I'm not following my parents' rules. And like, I totally get that. Like, I totally get that. But to liberate your mind, you have to ask questions. And all you can do is learn and find more knowledge in your questions, right? So expand the mind. To liberate your mind means to tap into your spirit, right? To free your mind. Free your mind, and your spirit and your heart will follow. So why do you believe what you do? Emotional liberation. So once we get people to really think and question the systems that be, then we have emotional liberation. Now, emotional liberation as a child, without any restrictions, without any beliefs or anyone else, anything else, you were emotional, right? You were sensitive, you were expressive. And often these deep feelings, these intuitive desires are shunned because we're raised in people try to mold us to be what the society, what our parents, what people think we need to be. And often these deep feelings, these intuitive things, right, they can be hidden. And so when you're trying to free yourself and come back to your identity and experience that true joy and break free, you have to accept all of you. And that includes your emotions. So emotional liberation, in my mind, is to reclaim your expression, your true individual expression. It's to find value in your emotional self again, in your intuitive self, in your creative and imaginative self. It's the self that lets you truly believe that there is more and that you can feel more. Emotions are amazing. Like, I know some people are like, emotions are weak, but no, like, emotions, they do make you strong. They are valuable. And in order to connect with our community, we have to be willing to embrace emotional vulnerability, right? Intimacy, to see people as humans. It's what connects us to our humanity, right? It's what connects us to being human, right? If everyone's sitting in a room, nervous, shaking for a test, right? No one's saying anything, like, typically, what do you feel? Like, you feel you're sitting in that room, you feel nervous by yourself, you feel nervous and alone. But you know those times when you're in an awkward situation or you're feeling intensely and you feel like you can't show it, but then one person says their truth, they might be like, oh, I'm so nervous. And they open up and they say a truth about themselves. Immediately, like, you feel like the ice is broken. You can relate to them, you see them, right? People value when they are seen, people are valued when they are understood. And repressing our emotions doesn't allow us to see ourselves or others. Repressing our expression doesn't really allow us to connect on a deep level, right? In a way, it's self-denial. And so emotional liberation means promoting openness, promoting raw expression, promoting healthy connections, and means embracing intimacy on a deeper level, which requires us to heal different parts of ourselves, like repressed wounds. It means to heal why we think being emotional is weak, right? It means approaching people and situations with greater love and understanding. So in a world that we can view as so broken, we have to free ourselves from these harsh restrictions, from the facades, from pretending. We have to open up and recognize that, like, we're human. It's okay to be human, right? Because being open is what connects us to each other. And I think that's important to remember if we want to fight a battle that's large, if we want to free ourselves from these oppressive forces, we have to be willing to see ourselves as humans so that we can love on other humans in a better way, right? So find value in your loving, caring, and understanding self, right? Embrace the emotional liberation, because what you feel means something and tells you a lot about where you're at, what you feel, who you are. It's the deepest connection to our foundation. So yeah, emotional liberation. We can't necessarily build a collective identity centered around detachment. We can't necessarily build a community without feeling human and understanding each other. So emotional liberation is a must. Now, spiritual liberation, that's where we go next. And this is like, there's spiritual liberation, and the spiritual liberation, the freedom of your spirit, it happens through the emotional liberation, through the mental liberation. You are freeing your spirit to just be you, right? Spiritual liberation is the true freeing and discovering of self. It's when you can be like, I want to say this, so I'm going to say this because my spirit feels called to say it. And you're not going to worry about somebody being like, why would you say that? That's really weird, Like, we all struggle with, like, different insecurities. We all struggle with confidence to an extent. And spiritual liberation is letting your spirit truly be free. And when you can let your spirit search and ask questions and be, like, vulnerable, it allows you to discover a higher purpose. It allows you to understand and feel inner freedom. It allows you to see existence beyond the material. And when you can see yourself beyond the material, you can see that you are much more important, right? You can see that you are more important than what you have to give, or how you can be used in the system. Like, you are more than material. And so you are spirit, right? It's self-study, it's self-awareness, it's recognizing that you are spirit. So spiritual liberation is to discover a deeper identity that transcends the mind, that transcends the body, right? So when seeking spiritual liberation, there's so many ways to go about it. But ultimately, you want to ask yourself, what fuels my spirit? Like, I'm here on this earth. Okay, bet. Pre-COVID, I would have been chasing a career. A lot of us still are going to, right? Like, we still need a job. But we want to ask, like, okay, outside of that, who am I? Outside of my career, outside of hanging out with friends, like, all that stuff. Who am I? What fuels my spirit, right? if I leave tomorrow, am I going to feel like my spirit is fulfilled? So, spiritual liberation. Now, how do we get there? I'm going to talk a little bit about like spiritual things that we can do to get there, to establish this new collective. Establishing a new collective identity heavily centers understanding and sitting with self in order to better understand and engage with others. That's like where I come from with this. So on an individual level, it means discovering and redefining your roots, having a daily practice, seeking deeper meanings, introspection and healing, self-awareness, self-care, and engaging your community. So like I mentioned before, the world loves to strip your core identity and project a truth onto you. And in order to liberate yourself and others, you really have to kind of look at your roots. As a practitioner of an African traditional religion, I emphasize ancestral veneration to connect with our roots and uplift our lineages, right? I think it's super important, especially for people of color, especially for Black people, especially like for us, it's so important for us to know where we come from, or at least to have community in our ancestors. And just a connection to something bigger, because it lets you know about yourself, it lets you know about your identity. Understanding where you come from, what your indigenous spiritual practices are, like who came before you, allows you to heal yourself. It allows you to see patterns, to heal generations, to embrace the generational strengths, and to heal the generational pain. If you know it's happened before, it'll help you to move forward and kind of in a different way, right? So we can use history as a tool, right? And that history on an individual level can come through our ancestors. So you can ask yourself, like, what are my roots? Like, where do I come from? What did my ancestors practice, right? The knowledge of your history allows for greater understanding of your purpose and yourself. And again, I always recommend people to study their roots. But while we can study our roots in terms of like ancestral work, inner child work is something you can do at any time. Inner child work is like amazing, just because with inner child work, you're getting to your true core, who you were before. I say before the world really like had access to you, right? Inner child work asks you to tap into basically your identity as a child. How did you act? What were your instincts? What were your desires? What were your greatest dreams? What was your favorite color? What was your favorite food? Like, it really asks you to like tap back into a vulnerable time. Like, what were your fantasies, your goals? What role did you take on to fit into the world? And when you tap into your inner child, you can see the things you changed about yourself to fit the world. You can see the core desires and the needs. And it's funny because when you go back to your inner child, you tend to, or you see other people's inner child and you talk to them about it, you tend to understand that like many adults are just children walking around with layers of desires, emotions, wounds, fantasies, and things that they wanted as a child, right? A lot of adults are just children walking around wanting to be heard, wanting to be understood, wanting to be seen, right? And so that inner child work helps you to take away those layers, to truly see yourself, to love yourself, and walk in that true light. As a child, I really wanted like to be an artist. Like, I was like, I want to be a creator. Like, I love creating. I would like write a ton. I would always write like books and stuff, pretend like I was an author. And I remember being told like, that's really not realistic. Like, you can't do that. It's not going to make you any money. People would tell me that all the time. It's not going to make you any money. And so I was like, bet. In the third grade, I decided, okay, instead of wanting to be a creative, I'm going to be the president of the United States. And like, I really thought I was going to be the president of the United States. That's why from third grade to like 12th grade, I wanted to go into poli-sci for that reason. And I held on to that for so long. And then I got into college and I decided, no, I want to understand the deeper meanings of life. And it's funny because it's like, I guess in a way, my inner child is now being fulfilled because I've always wanted to create and I've always wanted to heal people. And it's like, you see this inner child in you as an adult, and you see that you're typically constantly trying to pursue the inner child. It's because you know those are your roots, and you know that's what you desire. You know that's what will make you feel warm and loved inside. And so rediscovering and redefining your roots, it's always about feeling out your environment and then feeling out what you need now to feel grounded and rooted, right? When COVID started and life paused, many people had to discover what truly fills them up, and like outside of consuming the activities of the world. And spirituality taps you into the root energy to provide you with a foundation outside of that world, right? So that's great. Like you can explore different things. You can try your best. So with root work, you want to fill your basic needs. You want to explore solitude. You want to figure out what's coming up when you're thinking about childhood, when you're thinking about certain events in your life. You know, you can go for daily walks. You can practice yoga, breath work, anything that can bring you back to your personal center. It's in these moments with self where we figure out what we truly want and what we truly feel. And that's an empowering feeling. That feeling of knowing what we want is what will allow us to demand it, to have the confidence to say, we're not going to accept anything that we don't deserve. And quite frankly, society deserves a lot better. The collective deserves a lot better than what's been given to us, right? And that knowing what we deserve helps us fight for what we know is right, right? So to know you outside of the world means to build a foundation for yourself and figure out what truly works for you. How do you work with the earth? How does the earth impact you? Sound healing, herbs, vibrations, colors, grounding crystals. These are just tools to access more within, but understanding how you connect to earth and its beauty helps you understand the role that you play here, because you play an important role, right? Individuals play a role in something so much bigger. And so all these things can help you feel a sense of interconnectedness. And it truly opens up your mind to so many different worlds and possibilities. So that brings me to the daily spiritual practice. The daily spiritual practice pretty much centers your desires, it centers your spirit, and allows you to detach from the world for a period of time just to take care of you. I think during this COVID period, if there's even a moment where you can just sit and breathe, or sit and journal, or sit in some grass, right? Just that ounce of practice and routine ritual is grounding and liberating. When we discuss empowering self, it starts with some practice. It doesn't have to be elaborate, but spiritual liberation, this healing that we're searching for, can come through a time and a space where you can just do your spiritual routine, something to keep you grounded and stable in an ever-changing world, right? It works wonders for mental health as well. It sets intention, it brings new energy in, and it gives you time to just be with you. Right, so this includes taking care of your body, mindfulness, breath work, like walks if you can. Really, just you have to look at what you have like available to you, right? Because everybody doesn't have the same resources, but what you have available to you, use those to your advantage, right? Center yourself. For me, it's waking up in the morning, taking a shower, morning prayer and gratitude. Sometimes going to the park to sit. At nighttime, it's like nighttime journaling, wind down, spiritual baths, writing and introspecting. To free myself from the stresses, right? From the stresses, and to ground and travel within. I have to maintain that routine and ritual. And it's something that's very empowering. So I definitely recommend it. Another part of liberation is, again, seeking more. This is that mental liberation. Ritual doesn't exist on its own. We have to continue to learn, to grow, to expand our minds. Spirituality, right, understands that the spirit, learning, growing, expanding it is an everyday thing. There are so many unknowns, there are so many dimensions. That's like the beauty of life. Like you can always learn something more, right? There's so many levels. And we can't possibly know everything, but that's great because then you have so many resources to tap into. There's always a way to fuel and feed your spirit in order to find a deeper meaning of self in the world, right? So the insight, the wisdom to free your mind, to free your soul, to bring you into a deeper understanding, that is what we get when we seek more. In order to empower a collective, we need to absorb the resources and help others access them. I think when I'm talking about this, like I am so big on like collective and like giving resources, because it's like we cannot do this on our own. Like I said, a lot of people don't have the resources. So if you learn something, if you have a book, like give these resources to other people, right? We can seek more, but again, that collective energy, spreading the healing to others. Sometimes it's just like chatting with my mom about what I'm learning, and it's funny because she'll be like, you can see people getting interested. They're like, what does that do? And so that's a simple way to absorb the resource for yourself, but then kind of extend it outward without being too pushy or anything like that. Like you're just speaking about what you're doing. And I found that when you walk your spiritual path, and like heal and liberate yourself, people really want to follow you. They see the healing work, they see the beauty, they see you like stepping into your power and into yourself. And it's a very healing process. It spreads out, and it's so beautiful. So always seek more, recognize other ways of listening, and other ways of living, seek perspective, understand what you need, what you desire. When we talk about understanding what you need, it means knowing your standards, knowing your boundaries. Like, this is where we get really firm and confident in ourselves, that working on your foundation is what allows you to feel power, to understand what you deserve, what standards you have, boundaries. It's so wild because it happens in your individual relationships, but then that again empowers you to know that you deserve more on a large scale level. So seeking more stuff, right? Redefine various concepts in your worldview, define those core beliefs that you have. This is where you start doing the like reworking, reprogramming of the things that you've learned, right? This is where you start pretty much finding a deeper meaning. And all of this is a process, yes, that happens within, but like I said, it happens in community. For me, it happened in social media communities. For a lot of people, since quarantine started, it happened like on social media, right? Like being in these different spaces and just like hearing other people talk, and you're like, that's interesting. So yeah, that's all collective liberation, like really is freeing the mind, expanding into new territory. And again, that means releasing old ways and old mindsets. All the old philosophies, just they have to fall away. Another major part of spirituality is healing, because when you are healing or when you are spiritual, you are unpacking a lot of what was told to you, projected onto you. It's a lot of things that we need to heal from that we don't realize because we've normalized a lot of traumatic and impactful things. We've said that's just the way it is, or we just really normalize things that we probably shouldn't necessarily normalize, right? Like not being emotional, or like working all the time and not resting. Like we've normalized so many things. We've normalized constantly consuming all these activities, right? We've denied our feelings, we've repressed our truth, and normalized a lot of things that we shouldn't have. So these are things that we actually need to heal from. There are things that you have to heal from that you don't even realize, right? Control issues, perfectionism, overworking yourself, having to be the best, grind culture, not saying your emotions, blindly following adults. Like I could list like a list all day long. There's a lot of things that we have normalized that we maybe shouldn't have. And those are things we need to heal. Right? Those are things we need to heal first. We have to recognize it's a thing to begin with, a problem to begin with. So yeah, recognizing the identity of ourselves, the ways that we act, the reasons why we act that way is key in healing. Self-awareness, introspection is so important, right? We all have work to do. And the work is something you do every day. It's a great time. It's a great time. It's a lot. It's impactful, but you're constantly learning things, like constantly gaining insight. You have to be very intentional with your life and with yourself so that you're always walking a life of accountability. So you're walking a life of empowerment. So that life isn't just happening to you, right? But so that you're basically living life with intention. That's what we like to do with spirituality. Live life with intention and gain insight. Now, conscious self-care, recognizing how your spirit reacts to the world. Through everything you do, recognize how your spirit reacts to the world. Improvement is a conscious awareness. It is a choice every day. And it's not an easy one. Like I can't say like improvement is a choice and it's easy. It's not easy. It's very difficult. And there will be days where you're just like, I'm tired. Like there will be days where you're chilling, right? There will be days when maybe you're at a place where you feel stagnant. Those days are important too, right? But everything you do is intentional. Self-care is intentional. Letting yourself rest is intentional. Take naps. Being gentle on yourself when the world is harsh. It's important to have this conscious self-care, and be gentle when you're doing it, because if no one else is loving on you, then you love on you, right? If the world is changing, then you build a foundation for yourself. To heal in these times means to recognize any problems, struggles, or anything you need to work through, and do that with love, right? The spirit is love. Recognizing where your spirit wants to go is important, and recognizing that spirit is love, is intimate, that spirit is whole. Recognizing, okay, if my spirit is whole, and I can emphasize self-care, and I actually do feel emotions deeply, and I would like to communicate, like then we have to ask ourselves, well, where do these feelings of fear, pain, disempowerment, resentment come from, right? To liberate yourself with spirituality is to be intentional with your healing and your self-care and your improvement so that you can be aligned with your entire spirit, right? You want to move through these fears. You want to move through these struggles that you're having so that you can get to your spirit, because your spirit is whole. Like your spirit is full of love, and your spirit has the tools, has the confidence, has all the empowerment, right? And we just have to work through some of these things that have been projected onto us, some of our reactions to life we have to work through so that we can get to our true spirit and our true, what we call our higher self, right? So to liberate yourself with spirituality is to be intentional, very intentional with your healing and your improvement. It's not always easy. We definitely need support at the same time. And so that is where we get to engaging community. Favorite part. Like, this is my favorite part. This is where I get to I talk to the collective, and I talk to the collective about like what you do as individuals. But engaging community is so cool. Like we have the spiritual community, like it's really interesting. I'm thinking in terms of social media, but we have our communities that we engage with. And spirit is one thing. Like we can ground, we can be with ourselves all day long, but learning to interact with others in a loving and caring way, shifting how we interact with others is just as important. Like we can do all the work by ourselves, but the true test comes when you have to engage with others and work together to build love, to build, to produce more joy. So we can ground, we can journal, we can get routine divinations, we can do spiritual baths, cleansing, therapy, but engaging the communities where we want to go. Community means we become one with each other. It means we spread the resources, we spread the word, we help each other, we challenge the standard together because we're all individually committed to doing the work. That's the beauty. Like that's what I love about spirituality. Committed to putting forth your spirit and recognizing that other people are doing the same. Now we can challenge the standard together. We can converse about deeper things. We recognize that we need to return to our roots, and returning to our spirit is something that's important to all of us, right? It's kind of like we got to get on the same page type of thing. And we can recognize it's hard, right? But we open ourselves up to new ideas, and then we open our hearts up to new ways of existing and loving. We truly walk towards our heart's calling as a collective. So as you heal yourself spiritually, you heal those around you. You uplift those around you. Healing, experiencing joy, wanting to be better, wanting to uplift your spirit is a desire that is contagious. So in any of the work that you do, just understand that you are inspiring other people in doing the work. And that is what will help us to grab people and bring them with us on this journey to liberation. So what does a liberated self look like? Empowered, enlightened, devoted. It's in tune with self. The liberated self isn't always, and I want to emphasize this, the liberated self, the process of freeing yourself isn't always like positive. It's not always like up in the sky, I'm super enlightened right now. It's not always empowered. There are so many moments when you're in the shadows and you're like, the pain is a lot from liberating yourself, from freeing yourself from all these restrictions, from trying to be better. Like it's not always some enlightened state. Liberating yourself, freeing yourself, it is not always easy, right? I don't know if we can say there's officially a liberated self, like one day you're just liberated, right? It's a constant freeing, and it's feeling deeply, and it's understanding and pushing through all of those shadows so that you can walk as your true self. And again, it's not easy to walk as your true self, but in doing so, you are freeing yourself from the demands of the world. And being creative and being intuitive and walking with meaning, intention, and purpose, you're truly living for yourself. And again, like I said, it's not necessarily easy to fight against oppressive forces, but in doing so and freeing yourself, you are putting up a fight. You are doing something, and you're establishing a new identity for yourself. So returning to truth, embracing our roots, and liberating the collective. Wrapping up here, the liberation of oneself spiritually empowers. It creates a new foundation, and it spreads healing to others, right? To heal and see one's own spirit transforms everything you touch. One person's growth leads to collective growth. I've seen it with my platform. I did not expect to have my platform, but just speaking about the things I was going through, other people were like, whoa, me too. Turns out a lot of people are going through the same things. Right? So one person's growth leads to collective growth. And when you acknowledge your growth and you're saying your growth, then other people walk with you. And so if we grow spiritually as a collective and return to our roots, we can reintegrate the spiritual with the material. I'm not saying get rid of the material. I'm saying we have to restore balance. We have to get back into ourselves. We have to live authentically to our nature. Right. And when we do that, we can start pushing away the restrictions everybody wants to, put on us. We can start demanding more for ourselves because our spirit and the collective spirit understands that it deserves good things. So we come back to our truth and our foundation. That individual liberation, I truly believe, not on its own, but I truly believe it's a huge step and has the power to move the world and promote greater social change. So everyone may not have the resources. The people that are trying to oppress us are not going to give us the resources. But if I have the resources, I can enlighten someone who may not have them because of these oppressive forces, right? And helping others is what builds community. So fighting for our liberation happens on a large scale level, right? But it also happens on a much more personal, spiritual level that leads to deep feelings of empowerment and freedom for the spirit. So strive to live in your spirit a little more each day. Allow yourself to be connected to a larger spirit. Open up. Allow yourself to be connected to a larger energy, and allow yourself to fight for something bigger than you, whether that's on a spiritual, personal level, or whether it's with the collective, or both. Thank you so much for joining me today. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to shoot me an email. That is also on my website. And I believe we're going to transition now. Thank you guys so much.
Right. Well, that was just, wait. That was a lot. Oh my God. I don't even know how to process any of it. I was sitting here the whole time going, I feel called out. I have a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to unpacking trauma and talking about how I can collectively liberate my soul. How about you, Hewitt? What did you think about the talk?
It was really centering in so many different ways.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be so introspective during the pandemic, all of that, because we're so alone, by ourselves and everything. But it's really reassuring to have you speak, because it's good to know we're all on the same page in terms of what we want, not only for ourselves, but for our collective. Yeah.
Yeah, I especially felt not really attacked, but I was like, oh, that's me, when you talked about attachment to worldly items and talking about how we can detach ourselves from that in order to liberate our true self and try not to live through the projections that people put on us. I was like, oh, that's me. Yeah, and trying to, right. I was like, oh, the whole time I was sitting here and my face just kept going, oh my goodness, this is all at me. Just say at Tyra next time. But I hope you really enjoy that though. I did.
Yeah,
I did too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Really, it was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a fun story. Yeah, I didn't even know that you were the Olakemi that was coming, because I found you randomly on Twitter 8 months ago. Actually, when the pandemic first started, someone had retweeted something about what you talked about for the week for the different signs. And I'm a Leo, right? Okay. So I was scrolling.
There you go, Leo.
Okay, Hewitt, trying to find what you said about my sign, and I was like, what the heck? So then I clicked on your page and I just kept going and going and going. And I went down a hole because I was like, I want to know more. I want to see what's on here. And then when I was talking to Mars and Chels, they were like, yeah, it's Melanated Mama on Twitter. I'm like, you're joking. You're actually kidding. It was really
cool.
That's
amazing. I'm so glad.
Are you
I'm so glad that we're talking now.
Where are you?
Yeah, I'm at home.
Nice.
Yeah, early morning. I'm on the West Coast, so we're
bright and early.
2 hours. Yeah, it's great. I get up early every morning, so it was perfect.
Works out.
My goodness. I know. What part of the West Coast are you?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. Are you guys all in the same space?
Yeah. Well, we're on the same campus. Yeah. Yeah. So Hewitt's in one of the academic buildings, and I'm in the student center, but in another part of the student center. Yes, this is our newly renovated Center for Inclusive Excellence.
Tell us more, Tyra.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's really great. It's great.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Are you guys?
You look comfortable.
I feel like. Yeah. You do. You guys mentioned like what's it called? What level of schooling you're in? Was it
Yeah,
senior?
we're both
Both
seniors.
seniors?
Yep.
We're both seniors.
Hey.
Yep.
Okay, that's
We're
amazing.
about to
That's
be
amazing.
liberated from this school, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Liberating to another path.
Another path.
It's
What
kind of sad
time?
though, because what time?
I'm
What?
sorry. When do you guys graduate?
May.
May.
Oh, you're 2 months.
Ooh.
You got 2 months.
Yep, that's
Ooh,
what I'm
Kenny,
saying.
it was correct.
It's
you got
right.
2 months.
Yep, it's here.
I get it. It's here. It has arrived. That was me last semester. I was like, I'm just ready to like leave. Like,
Right. That was me, right? Before I started senior year, I was like, I'm so ready to get out. Now I'm like, okay, I'm sad. Not even gonna lie. No
oh,
cap, I'm sad.
It's a lot of
do you have
emotions,
anywhere?
but we're good. I
Yeah.
think, it's
Yeah.
exciting to be excited about the next chapter of life. And if anything, I feel so ready in a sense. I get to apply everything I've learned so far, not just in academia. So trying to reframe my perspective a lot. So that's me.
Exactly. But
Are
at the
you
same
guys
time, I'm also like, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just gonna ask, like, are you guys like gonna take a break? Like, do you want to keep going? What's the plans?
Taking a gap year
Hewitt,
for
you
my
go.
mental health. I said if I'm gonna be in the long run, I gotta take time to recenter. So yeah, that's the plan for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking a gap year for my mental health, but also because I'm pre-med, so I'm applying to med school here soon. And trying to right, exactly. Right. That's literally how I feel too. So trying to prepare myself to go in another academic setting and facing a bunch of more microaggressions to a higher and more elite level. So, I gotta make sure I'm not ready to snap and throw hands, that I can
No, literally.
professionally, handle the situation.
That's
No, it's important. Yeah.
If I feel it's like she's an angry Black woman, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Fine.
I go through that too. I go through that with my
But
platform a lot too.
really?
Yeah, just like, you have to watch how you move.
Yeah.
Falling off.
If anything,
Yeah.
in the next year, I plan on taking a break. I just really want to gather myself in all the different avenues of existing, so I can be more intentional about my next steps. Because, as a young person, it's like not uncommon to feel like everything's thrown at you, and like you're doing one thing after the other, and I'm like, no. If anything, I'm grateful that like I have the opportunity to take a break, and I gotta take it. I gotta take it. So
That's what I'm saying, dude. And I also feel like I need to learn how to apply my skills before just throwing myself into another academic setting and then forgetting the skills that I acquired at Gustavus and then going along. Because I didn't just get STEM-based skills. I have a lot of different, because I'm also classic, so I have a lot of humanity-based skills as well.
Yeah.
And I don't want to just apply and be like, yeah, I know how to do gel electrophoresis. Let's go. Just like, no. I want to actually interact with people and grow my social and professional network before I throw myself into a sea of people and cry for 4 years. It's fine.
It's fine. That's a lot of work. I'm not STEM at all. I can't. I just kudos to you, because STEM is not my thing. It has never been, and it's really hard. So like,
not for
I'm
the
really
faint
glad
of
that
heart,
you do that. Yeah, it's really
He
not.
was like, but you're
If
also STEM, so what are you even talking
technically, I am, but I'm a social studies track and environmental studies. So technically, I'm a STEMinist.
I can maybe do that.
But I claim my peace, justice, education much more. I feel it has complemented each other so much. No, I'm so grateful, because everybody asks me like, why are you collecting these majors and minors? I'm like, no, I promise it makes sense. Like they complement each other so much, and they expand each other in a lot of ways. And yeah, to add on to what Tyra said, Kemi, for me as well, you're one of my teachers in a lot of ways. I do like look up to you, and it's important I just want you to know I'm very grateful you're here, and you know,
Yeah.
this is really amazing for me. Highlight of my year
Yeah.
thus far.
I'm telling you,
Thank you
fangirling
guys so
so
much.
hard. I kept smiling, sitting down here, and I kept going, Mars, do you see Kimmy's face? Kimmy's so pretty. And just over here, just blushing. And I'm like, why am I blushing? I could not tell you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are so amazing. I'm so appreciative. I'm so thankful to be here. I'm so excited. I get so excited. So thank you guys for doing this. Like, this is
hearing
amazing.
that? Okay.
Awesome.
I think my connection disconnected.
Oh.
I'll do my questions. I know I got done early.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Wait, when did Hugh, do you remember when Tarana Burke came on campus?
Kemi, really
That
quick,
was
can you
like
check how's your mic so far? How's your mic? Okay, I think we need to figure that out, yeah. Kemi, could you like lean in more so that we could hear you better?
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Can you reconnect to the call actually, like we did earlier before we started? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that works.
Oh, I think I can hear you now.
Yeah, I reconnected it.
Amazing, amazing.
At first, you kind of sounded like a little robot. It was like, "Can you hear me now?" type of thing. It's very weird.
Yeah.
I feel like my face just told out that. I was like, "Oh, do you hear that?"
You got it. Okay. Is there anything else I'm supposed to do, like with my clicker or anything?
Yeah. Okay.
Just like.
All right, Tyra, do you want to segue us into the Q&A now? I think that's
For
the next
sure, I
portion.
got you.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
Okay, so it's a pleasure to have you here today. Obviously, could you tell us a little bit more about how you got into this field of work?
Yeah. Oh, my favorite. I get so excited about spirituality. So, as a spiritual advisor, I feel like I really stepped into that role this past year. When COVID started, I stepped into it. It originally, my spirituality and all that stuff, I started tapping into it officially 2 years ago, in 2019. And like I said, before that, I had been spiritual, but I was practicing a different faith. So I was a Christian at the time. I identified as Christian, but I was always in study groups, asking these questions, well, what about the universe? What about energy? I was always asking these questions. And so I've always believed in something. I've always felt intuitively called to deeper things. I've always been interested in astrology and stuff like that. But then I officially got serious when I turned 19. Yeah, I'm fairly young. I got serious when I was 19, and like I said, my schooling, because it was philosophy of religion, so we were finding the meaning in different religions and really questioning them and unpacking them. And I started thinking well, what do I truly believe? And it was my philosophy ended up developing with my spirituality. My friend at the time reached out to me and was she was into astrology, deep into it. And she was like, have you seen your birth chart? And I was like, no, I don't know what that is. And then it all really unfolded from there. I can fixate on things that I love. And so she started telling me a little bit about my astrology, my chart. And I was like, what? I want to know everything. And so I just kept learning. I'm pretty sure I burnt myself out. I was learning so much, just absorbing so much knowledge. And then I started teaching about astrology. I was I learned this cool thing. This is what my emotions are doing. And it was just everything kind of just picked up speed from there. And I feel my spiritual journey has just continued to excel really fast over the past 2 years. It's really been intense, but so fun, so much learning.
Yeah, it all comes at you so quick and you don't know how far you've come until you've seen how far you've come. So no, that's pretty awesome. Thank you for sharing that with us. So yeah, speaking of, you talked about your friend helping you transition into the more work that you do now. Who are some of the figures that you look up to and that drive your work outside of your friend and your community that you've built and you're a part of?
So I think this is so interesting to me. I think that when I think in terms of spiritual advising, and being spiritual, who drives my work, so I can think of elders. I have many elders that have allowed me to advance. There's an amazing elder. Her name is Ahime Ora. She's just, I think that's how you spell her last name, but it's Ahime, Ehimeora. They like pretty much catapulted my entire spiritual journey like last year, just with their insight and their wisdom and helping me like get back to my roots and my ancestors and stuff like that. Um, I think outside of like my spiritual elders, I've always been driven by like people. Like that sounds so odd, but I have a deep love for like people and like humanity. And so what drives me every day is like these people that follow me, these people that engage with me, like my advisees, like you guys, right? Like people who are really engaged. Um, there's just, I don't know, there's a drive there because it feels like we're all healing together. It feels like we're all connected. So I don't know, I'm really driven by people and like changing the world. Just everything has an intention and like there's motivation behind everyone that I encounter. Like everybody I encounter gives me motivation in a way.
I like that. I feel like that's one thing about like the Gustavus community, at least for me. There's some type of influence from the people that you meet here, whether it's just like a one-on-one interaction or it's just like a hey, bye, how are you?
Yeah.
Good interaction, but you always just acquire something from people. So thank you for sharing that. So let's talk a little bit about when you first started your spiritual journey. What did you struggle with most when beginning your journey to healing, and what advice would you give others who might be struggling with the same?
Yeah. I think feeling alone was one thing because it's easy on your spiritual journey to feel like nobody really hears you, understands you, or is interested. And to people feeling like they're alone inside of the community, I would recommend getting involved as much as you can, even if that's just social media. I know that there's a lot of people who can't really talk to their parents about it or they just don't get it, you know? And so if you can find a community and find a space where you can just talk about it, whether that's your local like metaphysical shop or like whether that's actually online. Online has been a savior for real. Try to move into these spaces, try to talk to more people, reach out, you know, try to connect on a deeper level. Because it can feel very lonely for a lot of us. But, you know, I have spiritual groups, like we have Discord chats where we all talk and like we do Clubhouse chats and like join in any way that you can, you know?
Yeah, 100%. I think I really relate to that. You know, for me, as an international student coming in, it was a lot more culture shock and different things I didn't even anticipate. And in a lot of ways, that was isolating. But, you know, I did challenge myself to kind of go out of my comfort zone. And I'm very grateful because, you know, that abundantly gave back to me. It was so much more fruitful to the, you know, sourcing from the community we've built here at Gustavus and all my friends and faculty and everybody in between. Like, it's been amazing. So I completely second that, and I highly recommend people do that too. And you'll be amazed at how much you can achieve when you kind of put yourself out there as well. So I agree. Thank you. So yeah, and then moving on to the next question. How did you feel when you began gaining popularity on social media? Because I know that can be a bit daunting, you know? And do you feel like it has changed how you approach your work, or, you know, either be negatively or positively? How has that impacted not necessarily who you are, but, you know, your practice and the community that you're a part of as well?
Yes. I think gaining so fast was like awesome. Like it was cool. At the same time, I'm a huge perfectionist. Like I have all these different wounds that I'm working through. I hate letting people down. So in a positive light, it's motivated me to be better and to be more accountable all the time and to be like really aware. On the negative side, like yeah, it makes me very aware. It makes me sometimes I can get to the point of being so aware that I start limiting myself to like make sure that I'm helping others, or like I can like sacrifice myself a lot, right? So it's teaching me balance, really. And it's like I think you learn a lesson through everything. And so I think my platform is teaching me a lesson on like how to work with people, how to talk to people. I also struggle with like social anxiety. So it's giving me opportunities to like connect. And it's been such like a blessing just in general. Like I'm really thankful. I love it every day.
I can literally hear the passion in your voice for your work, and it's just my heart's so warm right now because of how passionate you sound for helping people. And I highly relate to you saying you're a perfectionist. I came from high school with the mindset that I was just going to be like a 4.0 student, and then I got my first like bead. And I was like, oh my goodness, no way I can't do this. But then I decided to give myself a little grace and realize that I'm doing a lot of things, and my grades and the numbers that I'm getting are necessarily not what define who I am. So thank you for what you do. I'm telling you, I'm literally blushing. So I'm just gonna move into the next question. So you just talked a little bit about your fame on social media. And we know that social media is often regarded as like this place where individuality can thrive, but it can also be a very exclusionary place. And we've seen this with time after time with incidents of white creators speaking over and taking contents from creators of color and not necessarily giving them credit, as you know, the United States tends to do. So what are ways we can create an online space that centers underrepresented voices and rejects spiritual or creative opportunists?
Yeah, that's so huge. So as spirituality gets more popular, there are going to be many people who like really jump on the bandwagon, just to be, you know, an opportunist, excuse me. And I think that it's always in the quality of the work and what they're doing and what their goals are. I think that when in spirituality, I don't think we can afford to try to separate a person and their beliefs and their ideals from like the spiritual content that they're giving, because that allows for opportunists and hateful people to come into the space and be, like, someone just speaking about astrology and teaching about astrology is great, but what we've seen recently in the community is like those people teaching end up being very racist, and all of your personal beliefs inform your spirituality. And so I think that when we're looking for spiritualists and like other people, we need to recognize, okay, well, what are your like core beliefs? Like we can't separate that. We have to recognize that our spirituality must consider life and humanity, you know? And I think when we're trying to watch out for like people stealing content and all that stuff, we have to hold each other accountable. And we have to like actually make sure that we are having spaces for, say, Black spiritualists, you know, where we all get together. And sometimes we get together on like Clubhouse and we talk and stuff. But like we need to have spaces for ourselves too, and we need to talk about the different roles that everybody plays in the spiritual community. Like I am a Black spiritualist. I am also LGBTQ plus. Like we need to recognize that there are different groups within spirituality, you know, like I think that will help us to see truth and like really listen to people's values along with what they have to say spiritually.
Oh, that's absolutely important. And, you know, by recognizing who we are, we can recognize who others are. And like, there's that mutual respect that we can build off of. So 100%. But yeah, so to tie into your last answer, what do you believe is the difference between spiritual devotion and mainstream self-care or new age spirituality? Because you did mention that people really enjoy going on the bandwagon, and a lot of people kind of, you know, say things or, you know, retweet things and different things that they don't necessarily believe in, but just because they see other people doing it. Or on the same end, we see people completely bashing on, you know, the different ways people are practicing their spirituality because they just don't know, because what they see is a different image than what it is actually. So if you can speak a little bit more on that, yeah.
I hope that I can answer this to the best of my abilities, but I am a traditionalist in terms of spiritualism. I am, like I said, I'm in an African traditional religion, which, like you said, other people can look at and be like, that's not what I know. But, you know, they can get scared. But this is where decolonizing our spirituality comes in. Because everybody has been affected by colonization, including our spirituality. And a lot of new age spirituality can take and appropriate a lot of practices from other cultures. And so my motto, my thing is, okay, if that's not a part of my culture, I don't know where it comes from, I'm going to uplift a practitioner that does. And I had to work, like in the beginning of my spiritual journey, like I was really into new age spirituality. I was buying all these books, like I was doing a lot. And now I've shifted into a perspective of, it's like chakras are not from my culture. Like at this moment, I'm going to uplift a practitioner that is actually like Hindu, like so they can speak about it, because that we should uplift the people whose culture, you know, it is, and respect whatever rules they have in place, and like work. That's why I think like new age spirituality, like we should work to understand where we're pulling our spiritual tools from, and devote towards our roots, right? Towards either our ancestors or in practices that are indigenous to us. That will alleviate all of the appropriation and like the bandwagoning and stuff like that.
Yes. Oh my gosh. You just brought an idea to my head. There was a video on TikTok with this white creator that was talking a lot about chakras, but then she was claiming it as something that she was like, oh, this goes back to blah, 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 European, yada, yada, yada. And then someone was like, you have to give credit where credit is due. Exactly. You have to give credit where credit is due. And you wouldn't know about any of this if it wasn't for colonialism and imperialism and all the other isms that were created.
Exactly.
But yes, definitely giving credit where credit is due. I highly relate. Hewitt and I are actually talking about this, of how a lot of time BIPOC individuals are left out of things. For example, Hewitt was saying that when her mom was getting her doctorate, she would often get left off of the writings and the publishings, and the other author will always put their name and not hers. And it's like, if I'm going to do the work, my name better be on there. Granted, they're probably going to think it's the motto, Tyra Banks, but it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, like, just include my name because that's my work. That's something I did, and I need to be having the credit for it. But yes, yes, everything you said, yes. Chef's kiss.
Yeah.
So the next question, between COVID, environmental degradation, violence against Black, Indigenous, and the people of color, all the things that's going on into the world, a lot of us have developed a lot of negative feelings, including fears of loss and abandonment. I can speak personally on that as well. Can you tell us more about how we can use spirituality to confront those fears and how we can begin our journey to healing?
Yeah. Oh, I feel I get it. I feel the fear of loss, fear of abandonment. And I'm currently in therapy. Like, yes. But I think that, like, I constantly talk about these two things. When we are centering fear of loss, we're often focused on like what we don't have, right? Or what we could possibly lose, or we gain so much we fear we could lose, or we see like what's going on in the world. We fear that we could lose more. And I think in all of those moments, we have to pour a lot into ourselves. I just know, like, let me just remember, summer 2020 was a lot. It was so draining for BIPOC because of the world and the things that were going on. And it was so it was just terrible. Like, it was just so sad. And so during that time, you can, it was an anxious time. Like, a lot of people had anxiety. Again, fear of loss, fear of abandonment, stuff like that. And I just kept telling people, like, you can take space to ground yourself. You can take space to fill yourself up. It's so important when you're feeling lost or you're fixating on the lack mindset and what you possibly may lose, that you emphasize what you do have in this current moment and try to not necessarily hold on to that, but recognize that. Gratitude is a huge part of it as well. Experiencing that gratitude, understanding what you have in this moment, understanding where you're at. As long as you're doing the work to fill yourself and to connect with other people, you will recognize what you have. It's important to not necessarily isolate yourself when you're feeling that fear of loss, because it can feel very isolating. It can feel very lonely. So focus on what you have and grab for those things that you have, whether that's people or whether you have a spiritual devotion practice or whether you have like a releasing practice. That's what I would say. Lots of journaling. I do ritual like releasings with like spiritual baths and stuff like that. And obviously I talk to my therapist, but it's a constant like working to ground the anxieties and focus on what you do have.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And, just to add on to that, like, a lot of people don't realize that, like, this is not something that happens in a day. It takes time. So we also have to, kind of foster a sense of patience. And we need to recognize, like, it's okay, we'll get there. And I thank you for sharing that with us. I think it's a good reminder always, just being grateful for everything and kind of centering, like, and just recollecting ourselves. Yeah. But so I want to go on to the next question. It's kind of heavy too. I don't think any of these have been like off the bat questions, but I want to talk a little about decolonization of the mind and, kind of redefining and, finding our roots and all of that. And I think that's an important thing, specifically as young adults, we need to be doing because, we need to break cycles and we need to break chains when we see them. And, besides, everything that you've already said, anything you'd like to add on, is there anything else that has been particularly profound over your lifetime that has altered your worldview? And I can share a little bit. Like mine was that, the kind of education I received at Gustavus and the ways my professors challenged me to critically think for myself, not necessarily through other people's lenses, have been a whirlwind for me, but in a very good way. So yeah, anything that altered your worldview, and what would you say to others to encourage them to be more open to changing their worldview, even if it's uncomfortable, because it's never easy.
Mhm. So true. Yes, I can relate to, you were talking about like the school setting. That definitely changed my worldview. Philosophy was a lot. I have so many things that changed my worldview. And when I entered like the existential philosophy, I started learning about what it means to live authentically. And obviously, there's all these philosophers that are like, are you really living authentically if you're following others' rules? And I was like, I don't know. Like, I was going through it. That was so life-changing. But I think it's allowed me to live with like more awareness of if I'm truly living like the life that I want to live. And outside of that, outside of school, because school is amazing, I think that I have a son. He's amazing. I think that the birth of my son was a huge, like, life-changing thing, just because children teach you a lot about yourself. They also teach you a lot about, like, people, right? Like humans. And having him really forces me to be better. I know about philosophy. I know about living authentically. I know what it means to accept other people. Now I'm like, I have this son, and it's like I might want to tell him, well, this is just how the world is. Like you have to be a certain way. But now I'm being challenged to accept who he is. I'm being challenged to be like, let me try to nurture you in the way you need to be nurtured, not necessarily in the way that I would like to control, or like, make him be. I think that my son teaches me a lot about people and emotions and accepting emotions and just like accepting people, loving people. Children are very smart. So we can look to children. Obviously, we can look to our elders, but that helped me shift my perspective. And animals, I love animals too, but like we can look to nature and animals and like things and people around us to really see people as people. And that'll help us to want to know more and to build more intimate relationships with people that are founded upon understanding. And that's what like liberates us and brings us together. So yeah, for sure. Those things.
Okay. I have to ask now. How old's your son, if you don't mind sharing?
He's 2.5. He's almost 3. Like 3 months, he'll be 3.
Baby.
Oh, when's his
Amazing.
birthday?
June 12th. I think they got 3 months. He's a Gemini. It's great.
Oh, he's a Gemini.
Yeah,
What's
it's
your
great.
sign?
I'm a Sag. My son and I have very, very similar signs. I'm a Sag, he's a Gemini. We both Gemini moons. We have the same moon sign, so yeah, it's great.
That's so cute. Okay, you mentioned earlier about taking I think it says spirituality bath. Could you elaborate a little bit on what that entails and what exactly it is, at least from your perspective?
So spiritual baths are basically like cleansing baths to clear you of any like negative energy sent your way or like anything that really isn't serving you. So I love water. I think that water is connected deeply to our emotions, to our subconscious, to our dreams and stuff like that. And so I use water as a tool to release, like to wash everything away. When you set your intention, say if I'm in the shower, then I'm going to speak into, like every morning, every night, I speak into the water. I say, I pray that I can step into today with this intention, or I release any worries of the day. Like I set intention with water. Now with a spiritual bath, it's like you're taking water, you boil the water, you put herbs in it. I typically use rue, hyssop, and agrimony. Those are like uncrossing spiritual cleansing herbs. And I boil those herbs. After boiling them, I typically strain the water. Some people don't. Some people like to leave the herbs in there. I put it in the refrigerator. It's cool until I need it for my shower. I take my shower. After my shower, I pray into this water, and at that point it's cold. And then you dump it over yourself, and you're releasing fear of loss, fear of abandonment, negative feelings, all that stuff. And it's like a ritual thing that I do weekly to really like, it's called cooling your head. When the head is hot, this like area up here that when it's hot, it's kind of hard to walk a path that's like, level-headed. And so with spiritual baths, you're like cleansing your energy, and you're grounding yourself, you're cooling your head so that you can walk with more enlightenment.
Oh my God, thank you for sharing. I'm like taking mental notes. I'm like, okay, this is what I'm adding to my ritual. Yeah, this is what I'm doing for my daily routine.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. No, yeah, those are important things. And, I think I want to ask you really quick, for me specific, like, kind of little background. When I came into Gustavus as a wide-eyed first year in my, my first years, I was so intimidated by everything. So not even just like professors, class, academia, but like, how do I even make friends? How did I make friends? All, thus far, all of that. And like, how do I connect more with my own spirituality and with the practice I do? Or like, how do I venture out? How do I ask questions? It was a lot of fear and intimidation from my environment, and also stuff I projected as well. That kind of limited me in a lot of different ways. So I want to ask you specifically to address the Gustavus community and, our first year and second year students. They've known COVID in a lot of different ways. And it really, I can only imagine how fear and intimidation are much more amplified than when it was for me when I was a first year. So what advice would you give them to kind of, help encourage them really step out of their comfort zone and take onto this world much more daringly than really be trapped by fear and, kind of not let that hold them back and stuff?
Yeah. I remember first year.
You remember your first
and I was
year?
the same way. Yeah, I was the same way. I literally did not talk to anyone, and like it was terrible. But so I think that I try to tell people, a lot of people struggle with like putting themselves out there, right? Being vulnerable. In those moments where you feel like I'm afraid of being vulnerable, recognize like you have to really think like I cannot, if I'm scared, somebody else in this room is scared. Like, if I'm scared, like somebody else probably wants to cry. Like I take it that if I can be vulnerable, I kind of take, I don't know, I do this weird thing. I take on the responsibility of like, okay, bet nobody else is going to be vulnerable. I'm going to be vulnerable. I'm going to put myself out there, and I'm going to kind of connect with people on a more intimate level. And so if the first years are struggling, just know that like I'm telling you, other first years are struggling. Like it's okay to open up about that. And if you can even connect on that, like, oh man, this homework is rough. That emotional vulnerability will allow you to create those deeper relationships that will take you into your, higher level classes.
Okay, interesting. I wish someone had told me this when I was the first year. Okay, granted, I open my mouth every single time, so I never stopped talking, if we're being completely honest. So I was always the one that was like, hey, what's your name? How are you?
Yeah.
And I actually didn't even become friends with Hewitt until probably our second semester. Or maybe more second year, actually, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Because I always felt intimidated by you, because I was like,
I felt intimidated by you.
These interactions.
Okay, we can talk about moments missed later.
Dude, people say they're intimidated by me, but I'm literally 5'5". Well, I'm small.
You're like, what?
I'm just like little, but I think it's because I'm just really loud and obnoxious. And I was spoken, it doesn't help that I'm a Leo too. I feel like people are afraid of the Leo energy. I'm sorry, I love being a Leo. It's great. Exactly. See, Olakemi knows. Leos are just great. Anyways, I definitely relate to that. Trying to be emotionally vulnerable, especially in academic settings. I absolutely loathe awkward silences in academic settings. So even if I don't know the answer, I would say something that at least gets the ball rolling, Even if it's the wrong thing, at least it starts some type of conversation. And I feel like I've been trying to implement that more into my daily life as well. Whereas if I have to, especially trying to meet new people, because I'm a CF, which is our version of an RA here, and trying to engage with my residents in the COVID era is very, very hard, especially in a virtual setting, because there's this Zoom fatigue, but also mental fatigue, not just from just staring at a screen, but also trying to give so much of yourself to people this time, and trying to stay mentally and physically active is very taxing. So I've been trying to find ways to be emotionally vulnerable, to allow my residents to know, oh, you can be emotionally vulnerable with me too. But they can't do that unless I also open up to them. So thank you for all that you said today, because I'm really here like you were taking mental notes and trying to remember and trying to grow as a person. I'm trying to like reflect on my journey too, as I extremely related when you talked about talking with your inner child, because I don't think I've addressed her quite yet. She's probably hiding under the bed somewhere. Hopefully, I can try to engage with her more, but that takes time. Obviously, like you said, it's not just one day I wake up, I look in the mirror, and I'm like, "Hey, you ready to come out yet, girl?" No, I have to be intentional about that. But thank you so much for coming. Would you like to say anything else before we dip?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's been my absolute pleasure talking with you, hearing your speak, learning today. I'm so grateful. And thank you so much for your time and for you to be able to come join us and address not only us, but a lot of more people on the internet. It's like, it's amazing. So thank you so much for joining us. And thank you.
Honestly.
Yeah.
And follow, for people that are watching, if you're interested in hearing a lot more about Olakemi and what Olakemi does, you can follow them on Twitter and Instagram. Is your username Melanated Mama for both social media platforms?
Yes, with 2 A's on Instagram at the end. Yeah.
Okay.
Like that.
Melanated, not mama, like MOMMA. Yeah, mama.
Yeah, okay. We need to wrap up, but yeah, so thank you, Kemi, so much. Up next, we will have a brief lunchtime period where we will see a talk about food justice from the co-chairs. It will be followed by a cooking demonstration with Matt Chase, who will be preparing a low-cost, nutritious meal, which will accent the importance of an inexpensive and sustainable food. And we will be back here at 12:30. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been amazing. Keep it going, yeah.
Food justice is a holistic and structural view of the food system that sees healthy food as a human right and addresses the structural barriers marginalized communities face when trying to access food. The movement draws in part on environmental justice and fights not only for access to healthy food, but for an end to the structural inequities that lead to unequal health outcomes. We would be doing the conference a great disservice if we did not recognize the critical roles marginalized communities have played in creating and maintaining the food justice movement. Whether it has been indigenous nations fighting for water protection and food sovereignty, or rural communities combating food deserts, it is because of them that this movement flourishes. As we work towards food justice and sovereignty, we must recognize that the correlation between poverty and food insecurity is not isolated, but more so a part of the larger picture. This is no coincidence, as a long legacy of inequitable policies have left historically oppressed peoples with less wealth, property, and opportunity. The roots of today's hunger problems run deep, and we cannot achieve proper food justice without facing the centuries of exploitation our food system is built on. By looking at the connections between food justice, environmental sustainability, and justice, the morals we ascribe to food and its labor, access and food sovereignty, and the impact they all have on collective liberation, we can begin to heal the consequences of our failed food system.
When thinking about issues associated with our current food system, issues falling under the category of environmental sustainability are often among the first discussed. Food justice is imperative to a sustainable food system. Whether it is the massive quantities of chemical inputs required to produce food, the stress on water resources required to sustain production, the energy and fossil fuel demands associated with production and transport, the negative impact on soil fertility, the land use change required to clear land for agricultural production at a commercial scale, or the immense loss of diversity in our diets. It is clear that the current mainstream food system places tremendous stress upon the earth.
While the narrative of environmental sustainability that draws upon scientific knowledge about Earth processes and climate data is certainly an important piece of the puzzle, this approach often leaves people out of the equation. Any problem, especially one of this magnitude, has ties to people and specific communities, and with racist policies and institutions driving the decisions of those who hold power, it is unsurprising to learn that Black, Indigenous, and/or people of color communities are disproportionately impacted. Within environmental justice lies food justice, a framework that offers a multifaceted approach to thinking about food systems and lived experiences within them. At its core, food justice seeks to address structural barriers in access to food, a resource that is central to our lives and traditions.
Conversations about what we eat and the way we eat it are also central to our lives, whether we participate in these conversations or not. In the United States, it is expected, if not encouraged, to ascribe morals to food. Our society is still largely built on ideas of good and bad, reward versus consequences. Not only does this language affect our relationships with food by leading to disordered eating and dieting, but it also places a larger emphasis on who is to blame for bad, unsustainable food: the working class, rural areas, and non-white Americans. Eating unsustainably thus becomes an indicator on more than just morals. It becomes a tell on someone's race, class, and education level. The truth is, living ethically and sustainably means different things to different people. There is no universal family nor universal body, and balance and nutrition are more diverse than a standardized food pyramid makes it out to be. If we truly want to work towards food justice, we must dramatically shift the language we use to become more accessible and more understanding of agency and autonomy.
Food insecurity is stratified across racial lines, affecting less than 9% of white households in America, but nearly 22% of Black households and 18% of Latinx households. U.S. history proves that housing discrimination has led to a concentration of unaffordable housing in high poverty areas, while discriminatory policies like redlining or the steering of prospective homeowners to subprime mortgages have denied wealth-building opportunities to generations of people of color. These policies impact people in terms of deteriorated quality of life, lack of access to good schools, jobs, grocery stores, and transportation, exposure to adverse environmental conditions, and even shortened life expectancy. All of these factors make it harder for families to secure food. The U.S. criminal justice system has evidence of being connected to how race and food insecurity intersect. Several studies show that an overwhelming amount of formerly incarcerated people struggle with food insecurity shortly after being released. Because we understand that the prison industrial complex is rooted in disproportionately imprisoning non-white Americans, we can draw how this connects to how formerly incarcerated Black, Indigenous, and/or people of color are some of the most vulnerable to experiencing food insecurity.
Yet access, while certainly important to address, is not all-encompassing when it comes to thinking about collective liberation within our food system. Rooted at the core of this discussion is food sovereignty, the idea that people and communities should be allowed to make decisions about what sustainable or healthy food means to them in a way that honors culture and tradition. In the same vein, these groups must also be supported at all steps of the process in creating and maintaining these food pathways with methods of production and consumption defined on their own terms.
It's clear that there is much to consider when thinking about paths towards collective liberation within food systems. At the core, community-oriented and community-driven systems, built from the bottom up, offer the best chance to attain this goal. In building something new, it is particularly important to uplift the work of those already envisioning something beyond our current system and structures. Moving forward beyond today's conference, we can all be intentional about our own involvement with this system and how we can help create spaces that prioritize the needs of everyone in the community. Whether this work is done through regular donations to a mutual aid fund or a trusted community organization, involvement on the ground, or something else, everyone has an active role to play in realizing the things that could be if we imagined a world built by the people for the people. Within collective liberation, we find hope.
Hi, I'm Matt Chase, and for this year's Building Bridges conference, which is Revolutionizing Tomorrow, Envisioning a World of Collective Liberation, I knew I wanted to do something that I love, which is to cook, but to also bring it to the conference. I'm doing a recipe that I think fits perfectly into talking with food justice and food liberation. So food justice is a holistic idea that means that we're bringing food that is very, very healthy, very hearty, very easily accessible to groups that are, maybe they're living in food deserts, people who are marginalized and don't have access to great food sources. So today I'm making something that is super awesome, and it was developed by Sola L. Whaley, and it is any green, any bean, any pasta. So it's a really great recipe because you can use any green, like it says. So today we use collard greens because they're kind of really hardy in the winter. It's winter in Minnesota right now. But you can also use things like carrot tops, because the carrot may be good, but the carrot top may be bad. But you can put that in here and it totally works. You can also use smaller greens. You can use parsley. Maybe you have like a recipe that called for a little bit of parsley, but they have a ton of parsley. You can put it in a pot. It also uses beans, which are really great. They're a really hearty, accessible food. You can buy them in cans. You can also do them from dry. And a lot of beans are native to North America, which is also really great. And then it uses any pasta, which is a really cheap thing that you can buy, and it's really accessible as well. The first thing that we do for this recipe is to put about a fourth of a box of pasta in a bowl with some liquid, and I have vegetable stock. And you can use any stock, you can use water, which you'll have to add more salt to. But basically, in the end, it makes for one pot cooking, so you don't need as much liquid because the pasta is going to swell and absorb all that liquid. So we do that first, and it takes about 20 minutes, but we have a lot of other stuff to do, so it'll soak appropriately to start now. So the next thing we're going to do is work on our greens. So I've chosen a hardy green, which will take a little bit longer, but you can choose any green that you please. So today I have collard greens, and they take a little bit longer, so we have to break them down a little bit more. So basically, we'll have to cut them up and cut out the stem, which is the biggest part you have to worry about. So now we're cooking the collard greens down, and it looks like a lot, but as they cook, they'll get smaller and smaller. I put them in oil, but I'm making this a vegan / vegetarian recipe, so you could totally do like a meat product for your oil. It's really a versatile recipe, which is what I like. And you can get around, you can be vegan and vegetarian, or you cannot. It totally depends on your lifestyle. Now we're going to add the stock, which is vegetable stock, but you can use whatever stock you want. You can make your own stock. We have a lot of collard green leftovers. You can put your own stock pot. It's about 2 cups. And we still have like a cup worth of pasta, so altogether it's about a box. So we're going to add it to the collard greens now, and then they cook for about 40 minutes. So as far as seasoning goes, it really depends on what you want to do. We're using collard greens, which are a pretty flavorful green, and we're using a broth, so you don't want to add too much salt, but if you're using water, let's say instead of broth, you want to add a lot more salt. I'm just adding black pepper, and I could add red pepper flakes at the end if I wanted to, for kind of like a southern style green flavor. But it really depends on what the flavor profile you want, which is why this recipe is also so great. It's not one flavor. Like if you're using parsley, you can add oregano at the end. You can play with flavors. In this bowl, we have our macaroni or pasta, and we also have our veggie broth. And we do this in the beginning, and it takes a little bit, but our greens take a lot, so it happens while we're cooking. The starch comes out of the pasta, which in the end creates a really thick sauce, because you're basically making a roux in this pot before you even have to do it. Okay, so next our pasta with the broth goes in, and you'll want to keep an eye on this because it'll cook a lot faster than you expect pasta to, because it's been soaking, so it's already hydrated. So you kind of mix all of it in, and then you add your beans, which if they're canned, don't need to be cooked that much. They just need to get hot. Pretty much it. It'll take 10 minutes tops, and then it's pretty much done.
Hello everyone, welcome to my vlog. Glad you can make it. But actually, in all seriousness, welcome. I don't really know, I didn't plan what I was gonna say. Amanda and I were talking kind of just about this year and recognizing that this year has presented itself a lot of unique challenges, both in and outside of BB, but also that there were a lot of like really beautiful things out of it.
I know at the beginning there were so many unknowns, and at times the stress was a bit overwhelming. Sometimes there were days where we kind of wondered how we were going to pull this off, if we were going to pull this off. How do you even run and do a live stream? And some days I was so nervous, but no matter how nervous I got, I always kind of remembered that Building Bridges has such a phenomenal committee, and if any organization was going to do it, it was going to be us.
So essentially, Amanda and I just wanted to make this because while BB looks so different this year and we want so badly to like be in person with you all and celebrate everything we've done together, we obviously can't do that, but we want to just express how so grateful we are for each and every one of you.
I think there were a lot of times where Chelsea and I were really stressed, and being with all of you helped manage that stress more than y'all probably realize. It's hard to feel worried when you're with such amazing people every single week. Hi everyone, it is 8:51 p.m. before our general meeting on Wednesday the 24th. I'm this emotional now. It's gonna be hard next week, but saying I love and appreciate all of you is an understatement.
So today is our last meeting before the conference. We only have 3 days left. Okay. Yeah, only 3 days left, which is wild. It's kind of surprising everyone with a fun, like bonding activity and just like spending time together and like sharing in community.
Chelsea and I knew that we needed to do something special and like fun and silly for our last group meeting before the conference.
And we're gonna do a presentation party, and I can't wait to see how chaotic and fun that's gonna be. Because just by getting to know you all this year, I know that y'all are gonna be up to some stuff, and I cannot be more excited. And I think this is a really good way for us to just sit with all of the work that we've done and just really be proud of all that we have accomplished together. This is all because of y'all, and we are just so grateful. So thank you all.
Like I said, I know this isn't the end of the road for us, but you know, we've been working so hard to put on such a stellar conference, and well, you know, we're gonna be meeting still and putting on events and everything. I'm feeling pretty emotional. I have a feeling y'all are too. We're doing something that's never been done before, and we're so thankful for all your hard work, your creativity, your joy, your presence. Most importantly, we're just thankful for you. The next segment of the conference is our first workshop speaker, Trey Teller. Trey is currently in his third year at Augsburg University, where he studies sociology and theology. Trey hopes to attend seminary to become a Lutheran pastor. Trey has experienced firsthand protests, organizing, and direct action, all which have revolutionized his politics and his Christian faith, using both to make his praxis more effective and holistic. Please join me in welcoming Trey.
Hey everybody, I'm Trey. Today I'm going to talk about how radical theologies can inform how we organize. This last year has taught me a lot about what it means to organize for liberation. Before May 25th, I would go to protests when I could, stop by a local Catholic worker house and help serve food when possible, and of course tweet my heart out about the injustices in this country. I really thought that being physically present at protest and confronting fascists was the end-all be-all when it came to activism. But this changed that last week in May after George Floyd was murdered by the Minneapolis Police Department. As I walked towards the 3rd Precinct the day after George Floyd's murder, I noticed that a church had its doors wide open. Medics inside were wrapping wounds and flushing the eyes of people gassed and maced. A sign was posted telling folks that food was available inside at the church's food bank. 30-something cases of water were sitting outside the church next to boxes of granola bars and fruit snacks for protesters to grab on their way to the precinct. Similar stands of free food dotted the street corners of Minneapolis, set up by neighbors who saw the need for food and groceries in their community. This was important as the 2 main grocery stores in that neighborhood had been broken into and their goods expropriated, but the people still needed to eat. I had always heard of mutual aid as someone who considers themselves a radical, but I had never seen it on this level with my own eyes. Before this, mutual aid was sending $20 on Venmo or donating to a GoFundMe. But this was a modern feeding of the 5,000. Maybe not a divine miracle, but an incredible task that people across the metro accomplished in little time and with little hierarchical organization. The people fed each other with what they had, and it was enough. So today I'm going to use my 2 theological and organizing heroes, Dietrich Bonhoeffer and Dorothy Day, to investigate their theology and what it can teach people, regardless of their tradition, about organizing for liberation. With Bonhoeffer, I'll discuss relationality and right relationship, and with Dorothy Day, I'll talk about her philosophy of personalism. So who is Bonhoeffer? Bonhoeffer was a German pastor born in 1906 who was dissatisfied with the state of Christianity. He believed that it had become individualistic and ceased to speak to or for those who exist on the margins. Bonhoeffer believed that faith requires action in the world, so much so that he even participated in an assassination plot on Adolf Hitler. So let me walk you through Bonhoeffer's idea of human relationality. Bonhoeffer understood that God exists in relationship. God has a relationship between themselves through the Trinity. God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit all relate to each other throughout the Bible. God also exists in relationship to human beings. Throughout the Bible, God is intent on having a relationship with us, making covenants with us. And when this relationship with him is broken by sin, he sends a sacrificial lamb in the form of Christ to fix our relationship to God that was blocked by sin. In Genesis, it is written that we were created in the image of God, or in fancy theological terms, imago Dei. Therefore, if God exists in relationship, so must we. In Bonhoeffer's words, the universal person of God does not think of people as isolated individual beings, but in a natural state of communication with other human beings. Furthermore, in relations with others, I do not merely satisfy one side of my structurally closed being as spirit. Rather, only here do I discover my reality, i.e., my I-ness. Bonhoeffer is saying here that only through relationships with others can we understand who we are. The individual only understands himself by being in relationship with others. I study sociology as well as theology, so this is really fascinating for me, as Bonhoeffer is effectively repeating the secular sociological idea of Goffman's looking glass self, which states the same thesis, that we only understand ourselves through and in relationships with others. So we know that human beings are relational, but what does that have to do with life? Well, Bonhoeffer takes a step forward. He says that meeting the other places an ethical demand on us. When Bonhoeffer mentions the other, he is referring to anybody who isn't us. But I also think the other can definitely be thought of as someone with a different identity than us, like a Samaritan who went out of his way to care for the injured Jewish traveler in the Gospel of Luke. Unlike when we meet an object or an it, we can't play with other people and throw them away when it suits us or mold them as we desire. Instead, we must answer that ethical demand, Christ's demand, that we protect and defend human life and dignity at all costs. So what does this idea of human relationality and right relationship mean for organizers? It means shifting focus away from only direct action and protesting. Not everyone can be on the front line. Not everyone can go lock themselves to an excavator to stop a pipeline. Not everyone can afford to be arrested. This is for a variety of reasons. Disabilities, mental health, having to work or support their family. All kinds of situations can prevent someone from being on the front line. We need to stop putting our sole focus on front line and direct action work. We must instead ground our organizing in community building and even interpersonal relationship building. This is something I especially had to learn while organizing with the Bloomington Anti-Racist Coalition. I was very gung-ho about planning protests and actions, which is always a good thing, but as time went on, I and others began to realize that we needed to build community and relationships first. Because how do you advocate for marginalized people if you don't know them or have a relationship with them. If you're advocating without seeking to know and understand them, you're just perpetuating saviorism. So to address this, we started holding affinity groups, spaces for current Bloomington High School students to come together and talk about race and identity. Through this, we are not only learning what we must advocate for, but we are also building community. Grounding our action and protest to community and interpersonal relationship building, as Bonhoeffer writes, places an ethical demand on us. If you are relationship with the marginalized and get to know them, understand their needs, you can't in good conscience sit back and do nothing. You have to act. When I was up north protesting against the Line 3 pipeline, I was arrested on gross misdemeanor trespassing. For the last 4 days of my trip, I was pretty incapacitated. If I went anywhere near Enbridge property, I would be brought into jail and I'd have to wait until my case was resolved. So I felt useless, like I couldn't do anything to support the movement. But I remembered Bonhoeffer. Where there is a relationship, there is an ethical demand saying that I must do something for my neighbor. So instead of walking on to work sites, I chopped wood at camp. I've fed the stoves that would keep people warm in their tents and trailers. When we returned to our cabin, I made sure to wake up early and make coffee and breakfast for my comrades leaving early in the morning to go to a walk-on. I made sure that I was there as emotional support. Why? Because for anyone to go to the front line, there needs to be people supporting them, which requires community and relationship. Someone has to cook, clean, and comfort. This is reproductive labor, something foundational to building community and relationship. The organizing world, especially when involved with direct action, has a tendency to pick up bits of toxic masculinity, emphasizing action, and often forgets about important reproductive labor. So now that I have engaged with Indigenous people fighting Line 3, it is incredibly difficult to stand back and do nothing. I feel that I must act. Through meeting with Bloomington public school students while organizing with the Bloomington Anti-Racist Coalition, I feel that I must act. Why? Because these relationships have placed an ethical demand on me for action. So who is Dorothy Day? Dorothy Day was born in 1897. She was an atheist, an anarchist, and activist in her youth and converted to Catholicism when she was 30. But she never really stopped being an anarchist. In fact, I'd argue she became more of an anarchist after converting to Catholicism. She also founded the Catholic Worker Movement, which operates hospitality houses to this day, where people live in community together, sharing everything and have a spare room or multiple spare rooms for guests and the unhoused, and they often serve community meals. Dorothy Day, together with her French Catholic friend Peter Marin, espoused a philosophy of personalism. Day defines personalism as a philosophy which regards the freedom and dignity of each person as the basis, focus, and goal of all metaphysics and morals. In following such wisdom, we move away from self-centered individualism toward the good of the other. This is to be done by taking personal responsibility for changing conditions rather than looking to the state or other institutions to provide impersonal charity. Now, admittedly, this does sound rather like bootstrappy, but also recall that Dorothy Day understood the state to be a force of evil, an institution that fundamentally is incapable of liberating people. Day understood the key to liberation and dignity lied in community. Dorothy Day didn't put her energy into begging the government to house and feed people. No, her personalism dictated that it was her responsibility to house and feed people. She did this in New York, where she ran a hospitality house for some time, in which large amounts of unhoused people, sometimes more than 15 at a time, were provided food and shelter. So what does this philosophy of personalism look like today for organizers? Certainly not all of us can run hospitality houses, especially us who are students, but this isn't all or nothing. Her philosophy can still guide us. Part of personalism is shifting focus away from advocating for the state to take care of people. As we've seen between the state's response to the murder of George Floyd and their response to Line 3 water protectors, the state does not function to take care of human beings. It exists to protect property and capital, and does so by violence. Spending time trying to mold it into a gentler form is robbing us of valuable time that we can devote to materially changing the lives of our neighbors by ourselves. I'm not saying that it's never worth pressuring the state. I just mean that we, the people, will always be more effective at changing the lives of our neighbors by ourselves. This looks like mutual aid. When churches and neighborhood blocks start distributing food for free, when all of the stores closed during the uprising. Here they were practicing personalism. They realized it was their responsibility to feed their neighbors. The Bloomington Anti-Racist Coalition has also, in a sense, practiced personalism. We recognize the unlikeliness that the school will ever create a safe and healing space for students of color, so we created affinity groups ourselves to create that space. Through these affinity groups, students have a safe and healing space to discuss race and identity. This is something students need to not feel alone, and as we know, institutions do not really give a damn about students, especially students of color. While we have advocated to the school district for a change in its Eurocentric curriculum, We ourselves have provided bits of education for students to better understand the problems with Eurocentricity and to learn more about Black history. Why? Because BARC has recognized that Bloomington schools, like many other educational institutions, are invested in white supremacy. This philosophy of personalism is also present in the fight against Line 3. Water protectors have taken the fight directly to the Enbridge Corporation, the state, by any means necessary on their own accord, personally breaking the wheel of oppression, whether that be by harassing officials, packing the court with appeals, or personally putting their bodies on the line to slow construction and bleed the project of money. Water protectors, in all of the roles available, understand that the state has no interest in protecting the water or the people, and have determined that it is their personal responsibility to stop this. Of course, relationality and personalism have their roots in the Christian tradition, but these concepts also exist in many other faith traditions. But also, these philosophies are already present in secular organizing. Anarchists, communists, and socialists have all recognized that mass movements are only possible through building relationships and building alternative institutions by themselves. These principles of relationality and personalism ensure that our focus in organizing is effective and transformative. You may not be Christian, and that's more than okay. You don't have to be one to follow these or be inspired by them. However, without these principles, our movements are likely to fall prey to individualistic action and cease to change the world that we are in. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, Trey, for that incredible workshop. So we will now be moving into our first action piece. And this one is a collaboration between Annalise Schaff and Cyan Spicer. Cyan wrote this spoken word piece specifically for the conference, and Annalise created the art after listening to said piece. Following the art piece is the Social Justice Choir, directed by Dr. Elizabeth Sherland. By identifying and exploring contemporary social and justice issues, this group engages in the empathetic, collaborative, and collective power of singing together to create change. Students sing together, select and/or compose songs that relate to justice issues, and engage wider communities through song. We are so excited to have their work in the conference, and we hope you enjoy.
Have you ever seen someone so beautiful and awe-inspiring that you couldn't tell if you wanted to date them, or simply to be like them? Have you ever let yourself stare a little too long at the curve of a friend's nose, or the color of their eyes, and you had to shake yourself out of it with a blush? Have you ever stolen someone's hoodie, simply because you liked their smell and how warm the fabric made you feel? Have you ever tripped over love but had too much fear to let yourself fall? Can you think of someone you'd let yourself fall for? Was that person the opposite of you? In personality, in looks, in gender? Or were they the same? You can admire and pretend it's envy. You can stare and pretend it's nothing. You can bundle up in comforting scents until they no longer linger. And you can trip and refuse to fall. But for how long? And for whom? It sounds absurd to some people, the thought of loving someone of the same gender. A simple question becomes offensive with such people. But is my love less because it's for someone with a similar body to mine? Someone with similar struggles, and similar pain? Admiration often leads to infatuation, leading to lust, which can lead to love. Maybe you've admired someone and it's led to love, but you never realized, or you wrote it off as platonic. Was it because of fear? The world is cruel to those who stray from heteronormalcy. People have always created issues out of differences. Or was it because of the past? Unnamed events can rewrite the future in ways we refuse to acknowledge. People create traditions throughout life, and we cling to them so tightly they become law. Or was it because you were just unaware? It's okay to be blinded, even to your own heart. Some love is so scary, you block yourself from it. But if it's to avoid judgment, to avoid ridicule and pain, well, there's always going to be judgment, good and bad. It becomes troublesome when that judgment becomes dangerous, and no one should have the power to stop someone loving another through fear. And yet, so many people do.
At a speech given at the National Cathedral in March of 1968, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "We shall overcome, because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." This quote reassures us that the universe is not neutral, that justice will come.
Bend the arc and break the ceiling. Bend the arc and break the ceiling. Human rights for human beings. Human rights for human beings. Bend the arc and break the ceiling. Bend the arc and break the ceiling. Human rights for human beings. Human rights for human beings. Bend the arc, bend the arc. Bend the arc, bend the arc. Hold out your hand and help another. Hold out your hand and help another. We were meant to help each other. We were meant to help each other. Hold out your hand and help another. Hold out your hand and help another. We were meant to help each other. We were meant to help each other. Bend the arc, bend the arc. Bend the arc, bend the arc. When we arc and break the ceiling. Bend the arc and break the ceiling. Human rights for human beings. Human rights for human beings. Bend the arc and break the ceiling. Bend the arc and break the ceiling. Human rights for human beings. Human rights for human beings. Bend the arc, bend the arc. Bend the arc, bend the arc. Bend the arc. You gotta put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. Put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. You gotta put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. Put one foot in front of the other and lead with love.
Don't give up hope.
Don't give up hope.
You're not alone.
You're not alone.
Don't you give up.
Don't you give up.
Keep moving on.
Keep moving on. You gotta put one foot in front of the other, one foot, and lead with the other. One foot, and lead with love. You gotta put one foot, and lead with the other. One foot, and lead with love.
Lift up your eyes.
Lift up your eyes.
I want you to scared. I know you're scared. And I'm scared too. And I'm scared too. But here I am. But here I am. Right next to you. Right next to you. You gotta put one foot, and lead with the other. One foot, and lead with love. You gotta put one foot, and lead with the other. One foot, and lead with love. Don't give up hope. Don't give up hope.
All right. Oh my gosh, how was the performances so far, everyone? I hope you're having a good time and that you enjoyed the action pieces and everything. It's amazing to see the kind of work and the amount of people that were involved in making this conference a reality. So it's just warming my heart. So I'm very excited still. For those of us joining us still again, we will reintroduce ourselves. My name is Hewitt. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a senior. I'm one of the co-facilitators today.
Yes, and my name's Tyra. I use she, her pronouns as well, and I'm also one of the co-facilitators. And I'm a senior at Gustavus.
Yes, our last semester, our last stint, and we're so grateful to be involved. To be involved here. So, yes, so we hope you enjoyed these fantastic action pieces, and we're honored to introduce our very next guest. Heralded as a feminist freedom fighter in the U.S. and now a global icon, Opal Tometi is one of the most influential human rights leaders of our time. Opal is one of the 3 women co-founders of the Black Lives Matter movement and has used her voice to ensure that race, immigration, and gender justice remains at the forefront of global conversations. Opal represents a level of courage and leadership that most of us can only read about, in Black history books specifically. While she's accomplished a lot to date, Opal has only just begun. Please join us in welcoming Opal Tometi. Welcome. Hi.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be with you today.
The pleasure is all ours. This is me and Tyra are fangirling right now.
Fangirling. Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. I'm currently sweaty, so I'm just shifting a little bit in my chair here, to not show that. But yeah,
Tyra,
thank you for being
here. With you. Yeah, no, it's our honor and our pleasure.
Yes, you all are incredible leaders in your own right and similar to my own beginning. So I'm so excited to be here with you all.
Oh my gosh, don't make me cry on TV.
Yeah, this is a lot of emotions running today, but I love it. Thank you. Yeah. So we were really grateful that you were able to join us today, Opal. Aside of that very little thing that I introduced you with, could you give us a brief introduction of who you are and your work? And you can expand more on things that I've said and just everything. The floor is all yours.
Honestly, first of all, let me just say thank you for having me. I'm actually really, really grateful, genuinely grateful to be here. I honestly don't take it lightly that I get these opportunities to share with folks like you, to be in a university setting again, to connect with young leaders and people who are going to go out and shape the world even more. It's my honor to be here. And I feel like I could say a million different things. There's so many ways we can go with this conversation about kind of my background and my history. But I'll say this, and then you all feel free to ask me any questions or ask me to dig in a little bit deeper on any given points that you would be interested in. But we're just coming off the heels of Black History Month. We're now in Women's History Month, and I believe that beyond these months, our history is way bigger than any month. we couldn't capture or drill down our backgrounds, what our contributions have been, the things that have led us to the trajectory that we're currently on. However, I do believe it's important that we celebrate Black contributions, Black women, non-binary folks, trans folks, queer folks, immigrants, undocumented, disabled. I think it's so important that we celebrate and honor us year-round and in all the ways. And I say that because so much of my work is about that and has been about that. And I was born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona, the daughter of Nigerian immigrants. And I had really humble beginnings. Yeah, so I think we have like some immigrants, probably kids of immigrants or immigrants themselves in the crowd. And I just feel like it's important for me to bring my full self to the work because it's true. It's the honest truth. This is who I am. And as a young Black person, especially growing up in a place like Phoenix, Arizona, there were always these kind of projections on who's Black and are you Black enough? And is this, the right way of doing it and being and this and that? And, well, you're an immigrant or a kid of immigrants. And so there was a lot of all of that kind of conversation surrounding, myself and my identity and my upbringing and a lot of detractors. But I will say this, that it was because of my Nigerian background, my incredible parents who, despite being the minority in their context, they would still go out into public, and at formal events, they were in their Nigerian gear, right? Nigerian traditional gear. That was their formal wear. And things like that really shaped me and gave me a sense of pride, and, standing out wasn't a bad thing. I never felt, any kind of way about it. I just kind of took pride in that. And I think it was naturally because of the example that I saw in my parents. I give them a lot of credit and like to uplift them these days, especially as I'm getting credit for certain things. I'm like, nah, it was really these amazing people who raised me, who taught me that there was another way of being, and that we should be celebrated no matter our background, no matter our accent, no matter our immigration status, no matter our gender, our race. They just taught me just to rest in the strength and power of our culture and our identities, and not to shy away from that. So, I want to just start off by saying that is like my background. But, to get into some more of the specifics, I am thankful that because of the kind of undergirding of my own kind of familial background and the cultural background with having a beautiful and dynamic Nigerian immigrant community that I was raised in, I found myself in the Arizona context, which was, largely white suburbia, and largely the only, Black kid in any of my classes, from elementary school almost up until high school, which is when I finally got to have more diverse Black friends. But that was kind of my upbringing. And in high school, I became a leader quite quickly because I found that our people needed celebration, our people needed community, and I became a leader in a club that was all about diversity and equality, and I did educational programs and brought us together to celebrate our cultures, and became an officer quickly. And then my principal took note of my writing and speaking, and actually really took note of my work and my leadership soon after 9/11 because of an essay that I wrote that kind of went viral around our campus. And they invited me to join a district-wide diversity council, where I got to be the only Black person once again in a room of administrators. And you can imagine being a young person, being in a room of adults, being the only Black kid, only Black person, I should say, having to share and represent what others were feeling, and the feeling of isolation and concern, especially at 9/11. It was a lot. It was a lot. But in some ways, these were the early signs that my voice mattered, and that I had a responsibility to speak up, and that when I do, things might change. And, I also quickly learned that there were other kinds of challenges that our peoples were being faced with. My parents were almost, deported at one point, and I remember sitting in the courtroom and crying and not being sure whether or not my folks would win their case, and thankfully they did. But even those types of scenarios where I found myself faced with a government, essentially a state, that was saying that we could easily tear your family apart, and your family bond doesn't really matter, and no matter how long you've lived in this country, and this and that. Like, I was faced with the fact that there were forces that were bigger than myself that had an influence over my possibility, my destiny. And that shook me. It shook me to my core and led me down the road that I'm currently on, right? It led me down the road where I finally, as I got older, I became more and more outspoken, figured out what community organizing was all about, realized that that was probably the only saving grace for us, coming together alongside each other, developing our skills and tools to fight back and to defend ourselves in these other ways and advocate for ourselves. And I didn't want anybody to go through what I had gone through. You know, being a young person, not sure what my family was, whether or not my family would be torn apart, not being sure whether or not, you know, the government would lock my folks up and all of that. And I just didn't want anybody else to go through that. And so I found myself on a long journey of activism, of organizing, of being mentored by some really brilliant, amazing people, and then going on to lead the nation's first immigrant rights organization for people of African descent, the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, where I was the ED for, almost a decade. And really, really, really grateful for that experience. And, you know, it was one of those times where I look back and I say, like, yeah, my tragic experience, right, of being in those courtrooms and almost having my family torn apart led me to organize to ensure that other families didn't have that experience. And doing that across the country at a federal level was incredibly empowering. And, you know, fast forward to Black Lives Matter, which I'm sure we'll go into more depth. So I won't belabor the point any further, but that's a little bit of some of the stuff that doesn't necessarily get found in my bio. But those are some of the experiences that really shaped me early on.
Wow. That was just a lot to hear and just learn from. I'm just dumbfounded now. Forgot where my question was going to come from. But I just want to say, West Side, you're from the West Side. Me too. I'm from Liberia. West Side represent. Sorry, I'm really excited that you're Nigerian because I always like connecting with my West Africans. You know how it is. Anyways, so you mentioned a little bit about the Black Lives Matter movement. So can you elaborate a little bit more and tell us how exactly it came into existence and how does it compare to the original idea for the movement, if you even had any?
Oh gosh, well, that, my friend, is huge. It's huge, that whole story. So I'm gonna start from the beginning. We're here, let's do it. So back in 2013, which is when Black Lives Matter started, folks might remember, they likely remember exactly where they were when George Zimmerman was found not guilty for the murder of Trayvon Martin. And for those of you who are maybe a little young and might not exactly remember that whole case, I think it's important that I bring it up and just share with you explicitly about what took place. 17-year-old boy, Trayvon Martin, was in his own community. He was walking home with nothing but a bottle of, can of Arizona iced tea and a bag of Skittles. And he was on his way home in his own neighborhood in the evening wearing, a hoodie and carrying his soda and, his candy. And he was unfortunately stalked and killed by a self-appointed neighborhood patrolman, George Zimmerman, who we now know is a raging white supremacist and has done all sorts of stuff to gaslight the family, gaslight our entire communities, and is just, an abhorrent human being. I'm going to be explicit with that. I don't think that I need to mince my words around that. He stalked and killed this boy, even though the operator who he called to say, I'm worried about this Black man in my community, told him not to follow him, leave him alone. This is not his problem. And despite all that, he went off and he killed Trayvon Martin. Now, for folks who might remember this time, there was a court case. And the court case unfolded in a way as though Trayvon Martin was on trial for his own murder. And it was extremely disturbing. They were attempting to assassinate his character, assassinate anybody who was affiliated with him. And it was extremely disgusting. And the fact that the jury acquitted George Zimmerman from the murder was appalling. I think for those of us who watched it and it just really took stock of what took place then, it was very disturbing. Yes, some people predicted this would happen because in U.S. society, it's very difficult to find, in favor of Black lives, and it's very difficult to just have justice for us in the ways that you would think. And so there were people who really thought that this was going to be how it went down, and then there were some who were really pained, and there was a mixture of emotions. And I know when I first heard about the acquittal, I had actually just watched a film called Fruitvale Station. I'm not sure if anybody else has seen that film, but it's the story of Oscar Grant, a young man killed by police on New Year's Day in Oakland. And that, watching that film, I just watched it in New York. I was living in New York at the time. Watched that film, walked out of the movie theater with one of my friends who's also a Black organizer. And as soon as we got out, our phones started buzzing and we get the texts and we get the tweets and we find out that George Zimmerman has been acquitted, and we're floored and we're devastated, and we kind of have a deep sigh and cry there. And then I go home and I have another cry there, and I'm not even just a cry, but like at this point I'm like wailing and really, really beside myself. And I couldn't quite place at the time why I was so disturbed by this, even though I do Black organizing work. And so you can believe I've seen a lot of things in my day. I've been up against a lot, but this hit me in a particular way. And I think it hit me in a particular way because my youngest brother at the time was 14 years old. And this is like my baby brother. People used to think I was a teen mom and this was my brother because we had such a big age gap. But he's the apple of my eye. And I just knew that he was going to hear this story. And there was no hiding him from the reality of America, right? And the reality that this nation and this court case essentially was saying that our lives didn't matter. And I knew that I wanted to shield my brother from it, and I couldn't at this point. And so I said to myself, something has to be done. I have to do something more than what I'm already doing with BAJI, with the Black Alliance for Just Immigration and Immigrant Rights and Racial Justice Organizing. I need to contribute more. I need to do something different. And I have my master's in communication studies, and I've done some work on campaigns and helping to amplify and elevate different messages and different efforts over the years. And I just went online like everybody else and saw a post by fellow co-founder of Black Lives Matter, Alicia Garza, and I saw her Facebook post and I was moved by it. It was simple, but it said something to the effect of, Black people, I love us, our lives matter. And I was like, yes. Yes, it was simple. I was already doing Black organizing, so explicitly Black organizing. So I wasn't afraid of, using the word Black or doing it. But I remember thinking to myself, we're in a context where no other organizations have Black in their name. No other people were leading with that. And I just said to myself, like, she's onto something. If she's like open to this, maybe there are others. Let me call her and see what she's talking about. I don't know what this is about, but let's see if there's something we could build here. Called her and she was just like, yes, I'm not sure what this is either, but we're all organizers. We have to do something in this moment. We have to make sense of this moment. There's that saying that goes like, when experience meets an opportunity, then you have success, right? You probably have heard that saying. In this case, it was, we're organizers, we're seasoned organizers. We have studied movements. We have been part of movements. We're trying to catalyze movements. And there's an opening right now where people are beginning to feel and be in touch with the fact that something has to give. Our society can't continue to go on like this. We cannot have anti-Black racism continue to be the status quo. And we as organizers essentially said, we know what we can do. We don't have to sit back and take this. We can actually do something about this. We can take agency. We can develop and build power, and we can change the course of history. And so we wanted to offer that to the world. And I saw Black Lives Matter as being an opportunity to do that and building out a vehicle to help us get that message out to thousands, if not millions of people. And that was the idea back early on, right? And so I said, hey, I'm going to buy the domain name. I'm going to create a Tumblr to use as our quick page. And I'm going to build our Facebook. I'm going to start a page and Twitter and IG, and we're going to do social media. And I said, we're going to invite all the organizers that we know to start using this hashtag Black Lives Matter, and for them to start sharing about the organizing they're doing across the country. Because we know it's already happening. So it's not like, it's not going to be so difficult, but like we do need to plug people into it. We need more of us to be involved. And she agreed. And I didn't know Patrice at the time, who's the third co-founder. But I was like, whatever the case is, it's all open source. Let's just do it. Let's all hands on deck. There's no possessiveness. Let's just get our hands involved and get to work. And I knew that we were also in a context where talking explicitly about Blackness and Black experiences wasn't sexy, like that was just not what it was. Even though we had a Black president, even though all of that, just being so forthright with it wasn't the jam. But we needed to do it, right? You have to name an issue, you have to name a thing in order to address it. And that was very clear to me. And using social media, using these digital tools was an opportunity to do that without being filtered or mediated. And we could just speak directly and plainly. And, the media wasn't trying to cover us. The media wasn't trying to get into the story with the nuance or talk about institutional or structural racism. They wanted to talk about it as a very individualized experience, when the reality was that these are systems that are impacting our lives and leading to wholesale disenfranchisement and just injustice over our lifetime. And so it was important for us to have our own platforms to just speak freely about that. And that was the opportunity we had with social media. And so early on, that was it, right? We were using those messages, we were using those tools to get the word out. Sadly, about a year later in Ferguson, Missouri, you all know the story of Mike Brown. Mike Brown is then killed by a police officer, once again, Black young man, shot, killed, right, before he's supposed to head for college. And it turned Ferguson upside down. The people of St. Louis took to the streets and they were rightfully mourning in public, rightfully protesting. And sadly, they were met with a militarized police force. So forecasting to what we saw last year, right? But they experienced that. They experienced, tear gas and just all sorts of retaliation because they had the audacity to take it to the streets. And we saw that, right? So many of us were online looking at social media and seeing what was happening, seeing the response to the protesters. And we knew we needed to show up and we wanted to support them and to let them know that they weren't alone. And so what was incredible was that Darnell Moore, who's an organizer and writer, brilliant writer out of New York, and then Patrice said, we have this Black Lives Matter platform and this, now we have a little bit of a visibility and we have some tools. Why don't we organize a mobilization to Ferguson? And we're in touch with people there and they say they want support and they want us to come down. So let's meet up, let's go. And in less than 2 weeks, 500 of us, got on planes, got on buses, caravans, and went to Ferguson. And we called it the Black Lives Matter Freedom Ride. And we got there, connected with the communities there. We're just engaged in such transformative work and exchange, from healing services to marches to songs and new chants, and it was just a really powerful time. And then coming out of that weekend, people said, you know what? Ferguson is everywhere. We know that this isn't just happening in Missouri. This is happening in New York. This is happening in California. This is happening in Oklahoma. This is in, literally everywhere. And so folks said, we want to have Black Lives Matter become, a chapter-based network of sorts so that we can continue to exchange with each other, continue to learn from each other, continue to support one another, this mutual solidarity and support. And I think it was in those days where we really embodied our message that it transformed everything. And that was when Black Lives Matter began to go viral in a whole other way, right? We had the year before, but it went a whole nother level because not only were we able to show up physically, it became this kind of newsworthy event, if you will. And then about a month later, another event happened, another mobilization called Ferguson October. And then our allies came, they all showed up. So first it was, Black black on black love and solidarity. And then we had our allies come the next month to also show up in a very powerful way. And so I think it's important to name that because, as I alluded to black on black, right? There's this notion of, black on black crime, or black on black this, and we're not looking out for each other, but that is so far from the truth. We are the ones who are always first in line to support each other. And that is exactly what I think people need to recognize with Black Lives Matter. It was first and foremost a love note, a message to ourselves, a reminder of who we are, our power, our brilliance, our beauty, our worthiness, no matter what the larger society was saying. And then our allies decided to show up, after, which is just true to what, I think was happening last year. So I'll stop there. I know that was like a longer story, but I think it's important for us to hear the story of also Ferguson and what they've taught us, what they continue to teach us, and how powerful the convergence there truly was.
Oh, absolutely. Like me and Tara on the same page with you. It's so important because it's easy to forget things that have happened in the not so distant past. And I would like to share with you, I was 15 at the time when, George Zimmerman was acquitted, and I'm an international student. So I born and raised in Ethiopia, and I was, just East African, love African diaspora, by the way. But yeah, so I remember learning about that. And at the time, what I think it's fair to say that what me and my peers and other Ethiopians had an image of the West was completely different. And that was such a shock to the system, because what imperialism does is it paints and, makes sure that some certain images stay polished. And we were like, oh, Black people in America also struggle? I thought everybody in the West was okay, because we kind of saw as global North versus us kind of thing. And that was such an important moment, at least for me, to be sparked to think. It's okay, what does Black solidarity look like globally? And what can we learn from that? Because at the time, one of my biggest influences were Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X. And I was like, no, these are not fictional characters. At some point, their names and images and likeness get so commodified that it becomes these characters that we know. And I was like, no, let's start learning. And I remember being, learning from the movement and just tapping into what global Black solidarity looks like. So just a little background, a little segue to my next question for you, and because it's so important, I wanted you to know that.
Yeah, I thank you for saying that, and I just want to speak to it, and maybe it'll go to your question. So let me not go too far. But I think that's important because so many people, particularly immigrants and so on, and part of why I was organizing in immigrant communities was that there is this notion that Black folks, Black Americans, it's all good. They should be set. There's no challenge, or they've been here for so long, they should be so much further along. And there is just this idea that nothing is that these systemic and historic injustices should no longer bother people, right? And it doesn't matter anymore. And pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and that's it. And we have these larger than life characters like a Malcolm X or MLK and a Rosa Parks, and they did everything they needed to do, and so everybody should shut up now. And that's they resolved it, and that's kind of the narrative that gets pushed out there. And I'm so glad you raised this, because part of what really was a catalyst for my own activism was finding this out. So I was actually a history major when I went to University of Arizona years ago, much older than you all. But when I was at the University of Arizona, I was a history major, and I did that in part because I was so confused about what was going on in the world. And I was just like, why do I continue to see and hear murmurings of this and that and these different issues? And I was kind of like, I heard in these textbooks that Martin Luther King lived, he had a dream, and we should be good. But my lived experience was telling me otherwise. So I quite literally became a history major so I could understand what was going on. And in that process, realized that one, we weren't getting taught much history, much of the more important components of history. And there was way more people who were involved. And, there's just a lot of richness to our history that we don't get shared. And we didn't get to learn more about African history. And there was so much. And I found that I too was kind of naive, and that we're being sold a very narrow version of our history, and that was also blocking our understanding of our possibility and even our understanding of what was going on in the current time. And so I'm glad that you said that, because I think that there are so many, particularly immigrant communities, as well as Black people, Africans on the continent and so on, who think everything is hunky-dory and that Black folks in the US should be much further along by now, and kind of blaming oppressed people for their oppression and not realizing that the legacy of colonialism, both in on the continent as well as in the diaspora, and the ways that it plays out, it's none of it has stopped. There is neocolonialism. There are new ways that it is occurring right now, and it's unfortunate that we get fed a particular kind of line that would have us believe that the problems are over, and they're clearly not. And thankfully, though, to what you said, we were able to make visible the challenges. That was part of why we had to mobilize, part of why we had to take it to the street, part of why we had to utilize social media, was to tell one another, but also the world, what was really going on, right? We had to make it plain, make it very clear that the struggle was not over. It didn't end in the 60s and the 70s. Like, that's not over. We have a few elected officials, or we have a Black president. That does not mean that every Black person is doing well. It doesn't mean that structural racism has been done away with and uprooted. It doesn't mean any of that. There can be a few exceptional Black folks, and that's all fine and good, but that's not all of us, and that's what really counts, right? It's not just an Oprah or Michael Jordan or Obama. Like, it's much bigger than that. So let me leave it there and let you actually ask your question. But thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you for bringing up. Oh, of course, because it's so important, and it's such an important part of my journey as well, and like not necessarily just for me as an individual, but the kind of roles I play in the communities I'm involved in, right? And I'm glad that you brought up Barack Obama, because a lot of us, back home, and just I would say the global South, really truly believed the narrative that because of President Barack Obama's presidency, that America as we know it is living in a post-racial society, and the movement really galvanized and challenged that in so many ways. And it's some things needed to change, and that was important. But tying to one question to you, could you? Wait 1 second, sorry. Could you tell us, why is the Black Lives Matter movement important to the US now and around the world? And how has it changed since 2013? So having a global perspective and an intersecting and a collaborative perspective. Take it away.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things that I feel like is really important for us to know and to celebrate is that from the outset, Black Lives Matter was always intersectional. It was always inclusive. I know that there's a lot of those kinds of words that are being shared right now, but it was always that way from the beginning. I remember when I bought the domain and started to put the color, yellow and black. Yellow is my favorite color, and black because, the obvious, we Black. But part of what I was doing beyond just like the design and the aesthetics was really sharing political thought, right? So on the site, I shared specifically, Black disabled folks, Black queer folk, Black trans, Black undocumented, Black, I just was like very explicit. Like, when we say Black Lives Matter, it means all of us, all Black lives. And it wasn't just my own thought, but it was, I know that Patrice, Alicia, we all, believe that. A lot of the other organizers and community members, we all from the outset believed that. And I wanted to ensure that even as we went viral, right, or as things got more shared widely, that wasn't lost. And while it still gets lost oftentimes, it's never, that was never our intention, was for people to think that it's only about cisgendered Black men. It's not only about that, right? It's about all of us. And not only that, it's global, right? Obviously, me, daughter of Nigerian immigrants, but my work has always been work that has transcended borders, both with my work at the Black Lives for Just Immigration, but beyond that. I was always kind of engaging with social justice movements across the globe. And that was important for me to integrate into the work of Black Lives Matter and the theory and practice. I always like to say praxis, actually, both the theory and the practice informing one another. And that to me has been incredibly important because I know that as people who reside in the US and people who have access to media, technology, resources of all kinds, we play a very unique role on the global stage where we do have a certain amount of privileges, right? As while we're struggling with a lot of challenges, we too still have some privileges that others may not. And we have a responsibility to show up and be in solidarity with our kin around the world who are also struggling, right? Who are also pushing back and trying to shape a new world where there's justice. And I feel like that's just like an important point to raise, is that from the beginning, that was, part of it, right? That was the intention. I feel like as the years have progressed, we get to see more and more of that play out in very concrete ways, where we see our communities engage in very specific actions that uplift, if it's Black women or Black trans folks, or, we're able to see the expression of our commitment even stronger as the years go on, as more and more people join, as more and more people understand our responsibility to one another. And I'm very happy and encouraged by that. I would also want to add that last year, so if you want to kind of move into 2020 and just what the pandemic revealed to us, was what we've always known, right? What we've always known is that this economy is not working. The way that our societies are operating in terms of who gets access to what isn't working. And it's not just a US problem, but our world is quite literally interconnected. And so you can't have one nation have an issue and then it doesn't ripple and impact the others. Like, that is what is happening. And so 2020 was, and continue, we're in 2021 and the pandemic isn't over, right? So we're still, and the reason why we're even meeting like this, right, is because there is both a pandemic that is obviously health related, obviously impacts the economy, but we clearly also have a pandemic of racism, and we've had it. It's not going, it hasn't gone anywhere. And let me kind of slow down and share about that, because early on in the pandemic, I remember being called in to talk about the health disparities and how COVID-19 was impacting Black communities more, and how we were not only being infected more, but we were dying at higher rates, and it's still going on. And people were just kind of trying to wrap their heads around this. And what I kept reminding folks is that when we talk about anti-Black racism, we're not talking about anti-Black racism as just a issue in the criminal justice system or issue of policing. But this is about anti-Black racism being part of the fabric of US society, but also the logic of the world, right? White supremacy is a global phenomenon, a global logic that impacts Black people, has impacts for Black people, disenfranchises Black people. And what I was trying to remind folks, especially early on, was that it's no surprise that Black people were, getting more infected, dying at higher rates. And we need to be very honest and real about the types of resources and investments that we need in Black communities if we are to say that we believe that their lives matter, right? Like, our lives matter. And it was and it continues to be very hard to do this work, because the consequence is so lethal and it's so everyday, and on the scale that it is right now, it's hard. And you know it, we all know it. Like it's extremely hard. And at the same time, we have to be extremely honest. We can't sugarcoat it. The consequences are too dire. And it's exactly that reason that led to the uprisings that we saw all of last year, right? But before I get into that point, let me back up and say, and just share with you all something else. When I say that anti-Black racism or white supremacy is global, I mean, it shows up in various ways, and it shows up in some of the most profound ways. I think it shows up is in the ways that climate change impacts Black people and Black nations most acutely. Gosh, I was reading a report about a year or two ago that was put together by Open Society Institute. And in this report, it said that of the top 10 countries that were most impacted by climate change, 6 of those are African, right? Despite the fact that they're not the ones doing the most in terms of those gases and infecting and impacting the climate change, they aren't the ones contributing, yet they're the ones bearing the impact, right? And so we're having more floods, our air quality, you name it, we're seeing these types of devastations that is occurring, and they're impacting us, in Africa, or they're impacting folks in the Caribbean the worst, right? And so it's, I say that to say, like, the consequences are very real. They are man-made, right? Like, these are human-made, and we have to be honest, because it is not just what's happening like within one's nation, but it's how even continents are being related to other continents, or regions of countries are relating to other regions of countries. And this is part of this white supremacist logic that is pervasive, and it informs our local and domestic policies, but also informs our foreign policy and the ways in which not only governments are interacting with folks, but corporations are also complicit in this. Okay, so there's that. So let me just, I wanted to break it down and talk to you about how big the problem is, how real it is, but I'll bring it back to, the pandemic and 2020. So, as I was sharing, we do have the health implications, we have the economic implications, and then, as you know, we still continue to see that police are killing unarmed Black people with impunity. And even in a pandemic where people are beginning to say things like, we're all in this together, it's all we're all the same, and we're all finally in the same boat. We just had to be very real about the fact that it's not true. And you couldn't deny it anymore. When you can quite literally see a man choked to death on camera in broad daylight, George Floyd, I can't even really talk about it without feeling like choked up, but we all saw it. We all saw it, and in some ways I feel like we all felt complicit in allowing there to be a world or society that could allow something like that to happen, right? And, even though I've done this work for so many years, I can't not turn off how I feel about our people are seeing that unfold, right? And what happened, though, from that tragic incident, that and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery, was that people of all walks of life finally said, enough is enough. We cannot continue that we can turn a blind eye to this, or that this is just a problem that Black people will have to deal with and solve on their own. I think we saw the type of massive mobilizations occur, not only in the US, but around the world, because they were just tired. They knew that we'd been talking about this for years. They knew that we had been mobilizing for years. And I think there was this notion that folks could just get by and it'd be fine. And it was so clear that that was not going to be the case, that the status quo had to be, there had to be an intervention on the status quo. Let me say it like that. And I'm so glad, let me just say that, I'm just so glad that the majority rose up. The majority of folks believe that Black Lives Matter. They know exactly what we've been talking about. For all the years that we've been gaslit, where people are trying to tell us that we're saying the wrong words and this is just about semantics, and if we just said all lives matter or blue lives matter, or all sorts of other nonsense, that then we would have people listen to us. It was just, we knew it was BS, but they were finally able to say, enough is enough. We know exactly what's going on. We have to face this with courage. We have to, use our conscience, and we have to boss up. And so then you see people mobilize, you see businesses, you see other cultural influences or institutions, basically show up in a way that they never have, before. And so incredibly moving, incredibly necessary. And beyond just the 1 time, 2 time, 5 times of showing up, we said no. It's beyond that. You have to invest in Black communities. You have to invest in justice. We have to upend the status quo that allows this to be, period. And that this is not just even about the issues of police brutality. This is about our economy. This is about jobs and employment. This is about so much more. Healthcare system, Black moms dying in childbirth, all of that. We need to be very honest about the consequences of anti-Black racism in every sphere of our lives. And I believe 2020 was the year when people began to wake up to that and to realize that and make more consistent and concerted efforts and investments into our communities. And the work is far from over. But I will say that was a pivotal time for us and continues to be the work that we have to do day in and day out. We can't just rest on our laurels or think that, we had the biggest mobilization in history, and that's all fine and good. But what really matters is, are Black people safe? Are we protected? Are we respected? Do we have the tools we need to thrive? Not just survive, but thrive. And that's the real challenge that we have on our hands. That's the real work.
Wow. Again, dumbfounded. You talked a lot about collective liberation, which is what our theme is centered around this year, and how we need to have solidarity with our communities in order to advance as a society. You talked a lot about health disparities too. I'm a pre-med major, so but then I'm a Black woman too, so I talk a lot about health disparities. Obviously, looking like this, I kind of have to. But thank you for bringing that up. And I know it's always a heavy topic to talk about, especially race as a Black woman in America, feeling like it's always your place to be the one kind of serving up your trauma before people can actually divest in their attention towards you. And it's very, very disheartening, but it's work that we have to do, unfortunately. And I can tell that you're very passionate about your work. And I also thank you for sharing that with us and for being vulnerable. And not to bring it back to George Floyd, because all that happened when you were crying, I was like, okay, don't cry, and try not to cry here, because it's such a heavy topic, especially everything that happened this summer and everything that transpired with George Floyd's death. But we know that the trial for Derek Chauvin begins on March 8th, which is literally on Monday, in less than 2 days. Do you have any thoughts that you would like to share with us in regards to the case, or responses from the city of Minneapolis, as well as any online discourses that you can kind of envision happening as this time gets by?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for your work, and thank you for also just, I think we need us. We need our Black folks, Black women in these different spaces. So I'm really grateful to hear about your background and that you're
Thanks.
So good. So good. So as this week comes up and the court case begins, I know that there's going to be a lot of media attention. There's going to be a lot of feelings, a lot of stuff that's going to emerge. A lot of emotions going to come back. And I believe what is most important is, I mean, the case is important. Let me just say that first and foremost. The case is important. It moves us. It's going to galvanize a lot of people, a lot of attention, and it's very much so warranted. But what I will continue to encourage each and every one of us to do is to commit to our own communities, commit to the places that we have influence, commit to the spaces where we have privilege, where we have power, or where we can build power to make a change. I find that it's very easy to hang our hopes or our aspirations onto a case or a particular trial, which these are very important markers, right? I won't lie and say that they're not. However, they're not everything. And our hope has to be beyond that. We need real systemic change. You know, that is what's going to change things, not 1 or 3 or 4 or 5, you know, like those police officers. That's important, but that's not everything. What we really need is for the investments in Black communities, the investments in safety beyond policing, right? Many years ago, in the wake of the killing of Eric Garner, actually in New York, I started, alongside many other people in amazing organizations, a campaign called Safety Beyond Policing, because what was going to happen soon after Eric Garner was killed was that the New York Police Department was going to unleash 1,000 new police officers in our streets. Even though New York has the largest police force in the nation, and is so heavily equipped with weapons that they're considered the 7th largest military in the world. Yet, despite the fact that we had these mobilizations in New York and across the country and all of these Black Lives Matter mobilizations, they still wanted to force more police officers down our throat. And it just didn't make any sense, especially because what we were saying and what we're learning from the community was they didn't want more police officers. They wanted to define safety in a way that was respectful, in a way that was dignified, in a way that allowed for the solutions to emerge from the communities that were being adversely impacted by policing. And that's the way it needs to be done. And so folks said, you know what? What we would rather have, instead of this law enforcement patrolling and hyper policing Black and brown communities, which is what was really happening, what we would rather have are jobs programs. What we would rather have is mental health care services. What we'd rather have are our hospitals that have resources for our people. Like, we need health and safety to be defined on different terms, and we need different types of response mechanisms that don't involve police who are deputized with lethal weapons, right? What I think people oftentimes think that we're preoccupied or solely concerned with, police and officers in and of themselves. But the fact is, we're living in a society that racism is the status quo. Anti-Black racism specifically is the status quo. And so every business, every industry is infected with that logic, with that diseased logic, that ill logic. And because they are infected with this logic, all of the outcomes look like what they look like, right? And then when you have police who are deputized with lethal weapons, they're going to clearly have the most lethal outcomes, right? There's no surprise that we see this high number of Black people being killed, right? Being shot in the back, or, Black people are treated as though our skin is a weapon or our skin is a crime, right? I don't know if you all saw this just, I think yesterday, the day before, but Amanda Gorman, the amazed, praised poet laureate, who recited poetry at the inauguration, she was in her own community, and therein she was in her own community going to her home, and a security guard was profiling her, was stalking her, was saying that she didn't belong there. So this is happening to our people. We continue to find ourselves in these situations where we're being profiled, we're being stalked, we're being told that we don't belong, and that is merely because of the color of our skin. So all of that to say, it's bigger than one case. It's important, but we have to change every sphere of our society.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that with us. It's important to look into other modes of community healing and community safety, and we really have to dismantle the kind of binary ways in which we're taught how things should be. So no, thank you for that point. Really appreciate it. And I think the next question will be more centered for college students and community organizers and stuff. A little background of me: I'm an environmental studies student and a peace, justice, conflict student, and I'm in a predominantly white institution. I am one of the very few in it, right? And it's very discouraging in a lot of different ways to continue working and continue organizing and being a participant and just being part of systems that need to be changed, not only on our campus but above and beyond. And it's a lot of pressure. So my question to you would be, what advice would you give to young students of color, specifically that are involved in community organizing or are in higher education settings, specifically Black women and Black men and Black queer people, who are feeling especially dejected due to the always increasing violence against them that is perpetrated by our peers, unknowingly and knowingly, by our professors, by our community, ways in which we can't even have space for our own in a lot of different ways, and the common erasure of our voices in our communities and beyond. So what would you say to us and people like us in school settings and others?
Yeah, no, I think this is important, and this is a great closing question because you all are the future. You all are it. I have so much hope and gratitude for you all. And what I would say is that the most important thing you can do is stay the course. And in order for you to, because this is not, we didn't start this problem, sadly, as much work as we're doing even now, and I'm very hopeful and really encouraged and inspired by us, but I am not sure that this is going to end by the time I pass, right? I'm not sure. But I do see that we're making progress, but I want all of us to stay the course because this is a lifelong journey and we need you all. And in order to stay the course, my closing message to you all is that you join an organization, you join community groups, you join clubs, you get in community with like-minded individuals who are committed to walking the talk, right? It's one thing to say, oh, we believe Black Lives Matter, or we talk about it, or we wear a t-shirt, or post a statement. But we need real work to be done day in, day out. We need to transform institutions or build new institutions in some cases that really uphold these values. We deserve a multiracial democracy that works for all of us. And that requires developing new institutions. Yes. We need new institutions that allow us to have the type of world that we deserve. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the greatest thing about having a conference like this is how accessible it is, not only for us currently, but for future students. And in a lot of ways, I found strength and trust that I'll be okay and that I'm in it for the long run as well. Because I committed myself to learn about past Black students of Gustavus and their journey and the kind of the ways they've paved for me to be here right now. And if anything, our conversation today will transcend us. And I'm very grateful to have you be a part of that. And we are so thankful for you for joining us. It's my honor, my pleasure, and to talk to you today. And we are honored to have you join us for this year's Building Bridges Conference. Your presence here today has been appreciated so much. So much, and we look forward to engaging with your insight as we move forward in so many different ways. So thankful. Thank you.
So grateful for you. This was beautiful. Really, really beautiful. Y'all inspire me, and I'm here if anything. If you need, reach out.
Say less. Will do.
You never hype Hewitt up because then she's gonna go crazy.
She knows me. Yeah. Yep, Tara, you're right.
It's It's the truth, exactly. I feel like I'm blushing so much, my cheeks hurt from smiling so much. But I'm trying to keep my cool. It's fine. To just like see you on the screen, it's as close as I'm ever gonna get to seeing you in person. But I'm just gonna just revel in this moment and be like, yeah, I met Opal Tometi. Hello? I'm important. Exactly. Give him my dang flowers. I'm important. It's fine. But thank you so much for joining us today. Like he was said, it was really great. Especially, I'm an immigrant too, so I didn't really know much about Black Lives Matter and the history about Black people in the United States until I came to Gustavus, not the Gustavus, the United States. And then I learned more as I was at Gustavus. So it's just, my mind is today. But thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you all organizing this. You're all amazing hosts and moderators. Well done. Brilliant.
Well, yeah.
Future is looking good. Future is bright.
Amazing.
Awesome. Are we still live? I feel like this is nice.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for tuning in to listen to Opal Tometi. That was just a wonderful conversation that we got the privilege to have. Next up, we have Dr. Darsa Donnellan, who will be doing a piece on human rights in the world of science. Darsa is a professor in the physics department here at Gustavus and an advocate for the crucial existence of the humanities within STEM. Following Darsa is a vocal performance by Caleb Gamson, a senior who has been passionate about music since he was very young. Caleb will be performing Glory by John Legend as it speaks about the liberation of all people. Please do enjoy these performances.
I'm a continuing assistant professor in the physics department here at Gustavus Adolphus College. I am also a queer non-binary woman who lives with manic depression.
Hi, my name is Tyra Banks. Yes, that is my actual name. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am a senior biology and classics double major at Gustavus.
Hi, I'm Mahima. I'm currently a senior chemistry and physics major.
My name is Maya Langvenis. I'm a junior physics major and I live with an invisible disability.
So the first thing I want us to do is consider our privileges in life, and that can come through with our identity. So that could be your age, your race, disability, and that can even be your gender, for example. Oftentimes when we think about how our identities intersect, we don't think about if we have privilege in one identity compared to others. For example, I identify as a Black woman and I don't have a lot of privileges as a Black woman, but I also identify as an athlete and I have a lot of privileges as an athlete. So there's often that interplay between your identities and how one can either trump the other or things like that. So oftentimes when we think about STEM, which stands for science, technology, engineering, and math, we often think about how there's a lot of jobs that are now growing that require the mastery of your STEM skills. Stats show that 80% of jobs now require the mastery of STEM skills, and that STEM-based jobs are 3 times growing faster than non-STEM jobs. So often when we think about diversity within STEM-based positions, we often think about the women in STEM problem. That is, there are less women in STEM-based jobs than there are men. But the thing is, we don't go beyond that to think about diversity, equity, and inclusion within STEM jobs. And this is important because it is really important to consider that the gender that you're assigned at birth is not necessarily your only identity and is not necessarily the only thing that should be diverse within a STEM-based job. There are a number of barriers that we face when it comes to getting diversity within the STEM-based jobs. The most critical of these are harassment and discrimination within the workplace that can be the result of unconscious biases, stereotyping, accessibility, and even flexibility within the workplace.
Do you value diversity? Diversity is about difference, but it's about what brings us together. I want to live in a world where diversity is something that we celebrate, and equity is not even something that we have to discuss, but a reality. And would you not want to be part of that? I want you to think about how diversity can be powerful. How can diversity help us with problem solving? We all have different experiences, and I have got a different experience to you, and I'm going to respond to situations differently. I'm going to see things differently. If we have got diversity, we have different perspectives. We have different ways of thinking, and we can look at problems from different angles. So, if we have diversity of representation, we have diversity of thought.
Historically, STEM education and careers have been defined by a limited demographic. It is not representative, and this endemic culture is what makes it so hard to think differently. So if we value diversity, we need to take some initial steps to do something about it. One of the first issues we need to address in STEM is harassment. Harassment is a huge problem for diversity and lack of diversity. So how are we going to address this? It does not matter how many efforts you take, how many awards you give out, how many panels you run, how many talks that you give. If you do not address harassment, it is going to undermine all the efforts that you take. If people do not feel safe, people are going to leave. Policies need to be clear and they need to be enforced so that perpetrators and harassers do not stay in the system. Ask yourself, are we doing enough? We also need to consider recruitment and retention in education, as well as hiring and promotion in careers. If we want to build diverse teams, we need to consider the language that we use, the advertisement that we have. How are we bringing people here? How are we making these spaces welcoming? This means that we need to have diverse panels and also training for people to check their bias. This often means that we need to look at our unconscious bias, as well as improving transparency for reviews. These are all problems that we must address.
Another thing to consider is flexibility in the workplace and classroom. These are things like job sharing, part-time work, and HR policies to allow for returns from leave of absence. We talk a lot about the importance of adequate parental leave and childcare, which is important, but flexibility doesn't stop there. It's not just about families and parents, but also about people with disabilities and chronic health conditions. Beyond flexibility in when you work, you also need an accessibility plan for every event and class that you plan. Too often, we set things up for non-disabled people and we wait until they start floundering or failing in order to come up with accommodations. This isn't enough. Every class that you plan, every event that you plan, you need to stop and ask yourself, how is this accessible to a person in a wheelchair? How is this accessible to someone who uses a service dog, someone who's blind, someone who's deaf, and more?
These steps are not enough. We need to encourage inherent cultural change and create spaces that encourage diversity. And this is not just in school and in the workplace, but in every aspect of our daily lives. We need to start being allies. We need to listen to the experiences of others. We need to educate ourselves and provide support where we can, particularly when we are in positions of privilege. It's important that we observe group behavior. We need to call out when we see somebody monopolizing a conversation, if we see a lack of confidence. We need to allow everyone to have their voice heard. We need to normalize vulnerabilities, share our failures, create a space where people can feel comfortable discussing these challenges. We need to raise awareness for problematic and hostile behavior. We cannot let people get away with things like racist and sexist jokes. These jokes are not harmless. In fact, they signal to people with prejudice that it is okay to discriminate against marginalized people. We need to commit to taking action, not just talking about it. We need to embrace diversity and move forward together.
One day, when the glory comes, it will be yours, it will be yours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory. Hey, hey. Oh, glory. Hey, hey, hey.
to the heaven, no man, no weapon formed against us, your glory is testing. It will be yours. The movement is rhythm to us, freedom is like religion to us. Justice is just a position in us, justice all just specific enough. One day, when the glory comes, it will be yours, it will be yours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, glory. Hey, hey. Now the war is not over, victory isn't won, till we fight on to the finish. Then when it's all done, we'll cry glory, oh glory, oh glory. Now the war is not over, victory isn't won, till we fight on to the finish. Then when it's all done, we'll cry glory, oh glory. Ooh. And one day, when the glory comes, it will be yours, it will be yours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory. Hey, hey, hey. Now the war is not over, victory isn't won, till we fight on to the finish. Then when it's all done, we'll cry glory, oh glory, oh glory. We'll cry glory, oh glory. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours, it will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, glory.
Thank you, Darsa and Caleb, for those incredible contributions to this conference. So our next workshop Our next workshop presenter is Tamara Lytle, an Afro-Latina, non-binary musician, restaurateur, and activist. When Tamara is not cooking, reading radical theory, or facilitating classes on understanding capitalism online, they're writing silly songs on their ukulele and caring for their family. They believe in bringing joy to their community through uplifting local art, culture, music, and comedy, as well as educating others on how to dismantle oppressive structures and build new systems. We are so glad to have Tamara present. Please enjoy.
Hello, and welcome to my workshop entitled Get with the Masses, Multiracial Organizing and the End of Identity Politics. I'm Tamara Lytle, and I am a North Iowa activist. I've been active for about 6 years now, And this is an issue that I've seen in spaces here in Iowa that I just wanted to address. We'll get right into it. What to expect from this workshop. This presentation has 4 main segments. The first part is history of identity politics and the shift from its origins to the contemporary use that we see today in leftist circles. An examination of performative activism and its damaging effects that we see today on the movement. Commentary on Black capitalism and placing folks with certain identities in positions of political and social power by virtue of their identity alone. And lastly, a call to action, where I will be discussing dismantling identity politics, implementing multiracial organizing and coalition building like the greats, such as the Black Panthers and Fannie Lou Hamer. First, let's go into what is identity politics. In 1977, the Combahee River Collective, which was a Black feminist socialist organization, produced in their collective text a Black feminist statement. This quote, "We are socialists because we believe that work must be organized for the collective benefit of those who do the work and create the products, not for the profit of the bosses. Material resources must be equally distributed among those who create these resources. We are not convinced, however, that a socialist revolution that is not also a feminist and anti-racist revolution will guarantee our liberation. This focusing upon our own oppression is embodied in the concept of identity politics. We believe that the most profound and potentially most radical politics come directly out of our own identity, as opposed to working to end somebody else's oppression." So originally, identity politics was intended as the antithesis of class reductionism, which was rife in activist circles back in the 60s and 70s, which offered that if you were to solve for class, it would also solve sexism and racism. That was simply untrue. So this is where we get it twisted. Identity politics was never meant to be a separatist ideology. It was meant to highlight intersectionality. When Barbara Smith herself, a member of the CRC, was asked about how identity politics is used today, she said, "When we use the term identity politics, we are asserting that Black women had a right to determine our own political agendas. That did not mean that we didn't care about other people's situations of injustice. We absolutely did not mean that we would work with people who were only identical to ourselves." And the CRC statement is, "If Black women were free, it would mean that everyone else would have to be free, since our freedom would necessitate the destruction of all the systems of oppression." So again, identity politics was meant to introduce intersectionality, which is a term that was later coined by Kimberly Crenshaw, who furthered the work of the CRC. This next slide is on the Weather Underground, Weatherman Wilden on white guilt. The thought movement in the 60s and 70s in activist circles was building up the concept of white guilt. It began innocently enough as reverence for non-Western revolutionaries and a desire to advance an anti-imperialist agenda. The Weather Underground popularized the idea that revolution was going to come only from the East, or what we would refer to today as the Global South or Third World. They quoted Lin Biao in their epitaph of their collective text, "The countryside, and the countryside alone, can provide the revolutionary basis for which the revolutionaries can go forward to final victory, taking the entire globe, if North America and Western Europe can be called the cities of the world, and Asia, Africa, and Latin America constitute the rural areas of the world." So they were placing non-Western revolutionaries on a pedestal, and they turned to self-flagellation, virtue signaling, and white guilt as their form of activism. They also linked poor white working class people to imperialism, arguing that they have a vested interest in imperialism, and this invalidated their revolutionary potential. So ironically, while they wanted to uplift non-Western revolutionaries, they ended up being selfish in their focus, centering on their own guilty feelings. Performative activism that sprang from this is stalling the movement. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit on the cult of wokeness, and here's a few terms that I'm sure you are already familiar with. Call out / cancel culture, gatekeeping, damning of individual choices in capitalism, such as participating in boycotts of certain companies, eating a certain way, or living a certain life, and damning those who do not live in that specific way. Assuming an identity makes someone an expert on liberation theory, assuming that a certain identity might make someone the enemy of your cause, tone policing, privilege, and white guilt. Now, the privilege discourse and the white guilt surrounding it has been widely adopted in the leftist circles today. Many neoliberal leaders have you believing that identity politics is the answer to racism, that if we elevate people into positions of power that have marginalized identities, that is the way to further collective liberation. But what it does when we argue these things is that it ostracizes poor white folk, confuse and alienate young and older activists, and prevent coalition building. It also plays into the hands of white supremacy by affirming the idea that white folk should not organize with people of color, and that people of color in positions of power are the only way to advance the revolution. Noel Ignatieff, in Without a Science of Navigation, We Cannot Sail in Stormy Seas, said, "White supremacy is the real secret of the rule of the bourgeoisie and the hidden cause behind the failure of the labor movement in this country. White skin privileges serve only the bourgeoisie, and precisely for that reason, they will not let us escape them, but instead pursue us with them through every hour of our life, no matter where we go. They are poison bait. To suggest that the acceptance of white skin privilege is in the interest of white workers is equivalent to suggesting that swallowing the worm with the hook in is in the interest of the fish. To argue that repudiating these privileges is a sacrifice is to argue that the fish is making a sacrifice when it leaps from the water, flips its tail, shakes its head furiously in every direction, and throws the barbed offering." So to highlight now, identity politics has been weaponized against us. If we focus on our racial division, it makes it harder for the white working class and the brown working class, the Black working class to unite. And when we unite is when we are most dangerous to the system. Now, I want to talk about a personal experience that I've had recently that inspired me actually to pick this topic for the workshop. I had a friend who worked who was a part of a Facebook group who I've worked with in the past on a variety of causes in my town. In this Facebook group, people are, for the most part, strangers, so a lot of assumptions can be made when engaging, which I think led to this misunderstanding. What had happened is my white friend, an older white woman in her 60s, approaching 70s, responded to this tweet right here by Sammy Shulk. I'll read it now. It's in response to this original tweet, Google it. To me, it means shade, meaning I could tell you, but I don't feel like it, so go look for it. Dr. Sammy Shulk responded, Google it means I don't owe you labor. Google it means I choose not to give you my labor. Google it means I believe you'll learn from the process of discovery than from me handing you answers. Google it means learn to use the vast resources at your disposal. Google it. So I'm bringing this up because this personal anecdote touches on tone policing, on identity politics, in that you're assuming somebody's identity makes you the enemy. And it also is, in my opinion, a form of gatekeeping. This older white woman posted that she agreed with this tweet, but also that she still agreed with the original tweeter in that sometimes being told to Google it can feel dismissive and can be also hurtful, and that like she is just innocently asking for more information. She had people respond to her saying that because she was a white woman, she was not innocent, and that marginalized people are dismissed all of the time. And another person even went so far as to say that because she had been part of the group for over 4 years, that she had clearly never learned anything. And they muted her for a while. When she came back, she said that she did the homework that they requested she do, and that she felt that she had been responded to harshly. To this, they responded that she was tone policing by asking people with marginalized identities to explain things to her a bit more gently. And then she was banned from the group. And it was all actually quite a short exchange when you look at the amount of comments in the thread. And it was honestly shocking to me. She called me really upset. She had been crying, and in the middle of the call was crying. And it really made me think that this person I know that I had worked with for years, who's very sweet, your classic, like old hippie type, she expressed that because she was older, technology was a bit of an issue for her. And that many times when she would go to Google things, that she wouldn't always get the response that she was hoping for, or that the results didn't seem to apply to what she was looking for. So I want to go into that a little bit. First of all, marginalized folk don't owe anyone free labor or a sugar-coated version of their experience with oppression. But when does righteous anger at the conditions we exist in, when does exhaustion at fulfilling expectations in a white supremacy, when does it become separatist abuse when this anger is directed at people that are trying to be your allies? And furthermore, when does a refusal to educate become damnation, to navigate pages of text you don't understand, to try to navigate academic terms that are hard to keep up with, especially if you're older, and especially if you don't have a lot of technological literacy? And what of our duty as activists, if we want to be in this space, if we want to promote and further social justice, what is our duty to each other as allies to educate each other? And what does that mean then if we refuse? Also, I think that there was an issue of good faith versus bad faith. These people didn't know each other, and sometimes it's hard to convey tone over the internet. But what happened is there was a reaction to my friend in bad faith, when I do believe that she was appealing for compassion and education in good faith. She is a good person. She's a kind person. And she was part of that group because she wanted to learn. And so it was shocking and confusing to her that her appeal to kindness when asking for explanations was met with anger. And then lastly, tone policing or a cry for compassion. Where are we as a movement if we don't trust each other, that we're trying to engage in a good faith appeal to learn? And when we ask for compassion and are met with the cold, callous response of do not tone police. Because really, what is the difference between policing tone and just asking for kindness and an explanation? So next, I want to talk a little bit more about Google and how can you Google and not end up on an alt-right site if you're an old white person in Iowa, if we're just being honest, or in the Midwest in general. Again, there is no guarantee that you'll find the right answer when you Google. The algorithm is very confusing and it's different for different people. And people can end up on alt-right sites spewing propaganda and find the wrongest answer out there. The other issue is accessibility with academic terms. Because I've been in activist circles for so long, I've been able to keep up with the ever-changing terms. But things that were used 5 years ago, 10 years ago are not used today. And terms change so quickly. Google it used to mean look it up because I don't know. And now Google it at times really does mean there are resources out there. I don't feel like dealing with this right now. And it can be confusing to keep up with the slang, the lingo. The other thing is, again, technological literacy. It is a skill to be able to navigate a search engine and to do so to find exactly what you're looking for. And it is very easy to be led astray. And lastly, critical thinking skills. If you do accidentally find yourself on an alt-right site and you don't have strong nonfiction comprehension skills and critical thinking skills, imagine where you can be left after all of that. But you're exhausted, but you're tired, but it's hard to explain to people day in and day out these conditions that you live with. And I understand that because honestly, I'm tired too. So here is a quick activity you can do. Once I'm done with this slide, go ahead and pause it and maybe gather some resources quick. But the first thing, put together 3 to 5 beginner level essays, articles, infographics, videos, what have you. 3 to 5 scholars that you trust. I've listed for examples here that you can borrow: Robin D.G. Kelly, Kimberly Crenshaw, Angela Davis, Audre Lorde, Ta-Nehisi Coates, and Robin Wall Kimmerer. 3 to 5 past or present organizations that do or did liberation work. And I have my personal favorites that I draw inspiration from: Cooperation Jackson, Rojava, Sogorete Land Trust, Zapatistas, and the Black Panther Party. Take all of these resources, find links, put it in a Google Doc, and whenever somebody asks you a question that you're too tired to answer, just share this document with them. Hopefully, if they can't find the answer in one of the essays or articles, that they can look up one of the scholars that you wrote down, and maybe they've written a paper on that. Or they can look up one of the organizations that do liberation work and find work that is pertinent to that. But at the very least, we're not sending them with nothing into the void of the internet. Bonus, if you can, find a friend or two that does have educational energy and tag them into the convo. I have a few friends that I lean on when I'm too tired to explain something to, and they are more than happy to step in and talk to that person through things that I might not have the emotional labor for. And lastly, if you can, I don't know the relationship with the person that you're sharing this with, but if you feel comfortable, offer to discuss the readings with that person once they've completed them. And maybe at that point, you might have more energy, and it will be less overwhelming to try to explain to somebody in a beginner level way what is frankly very heavy topics, especially if you're directly attached to them. So the next part of this presentation now is Kinfolk Ain't Always Kinfolk. And this is the part where I'm gonna put some commentary out on Black capitalism and the issue of having Black faces in high places without taking into account collective liberation and what their interests are. So the first thing I'll say right off the bat, Black capitalism is not the answer to capitalism. And rainbow capitalism isn't it either, and neither is pink capitalism. Just because a Black person or a gay person or a woman is in a place of power in a capitalist system, that does not mean that they are going to accomplish what we need to accomplish as a movement. Again, identity politics has been weaponized against us. When we as a movement in this capitalist white supremacy challenge and reject whiteness, and the poor and working class start building unity across racial lines, that is when we are a threat. But to undermine this, to undermine class consciousness, we are pit against each other. Indirect rule is another way that we are controlled as masses. Indirect rule is used to appease marginalized groups by appointing leaders with marginalized identities. When activists demand equality, those in power will point to these financially, socially, and politically successful people of color, LGBT people, and women and say, is this not equality? And just to put it out there, a diverse elite class still leaves the masses in poverty. So indirect rule really is just a way to kind of get us to shut up as a movement, to point to people who look like us and say, well, they're in power, they can do something about it. And if they're not doing something about it, well, who are you to question them? They are of the identity that you have experience with. Fred Hampton said it best, said it succinctly, and this is a great quote that is often shortened, unfortunately. Okay, we've got to face some facts, that the masses are poor, that the masses belong to what you call the lower class. And when I talk about the masses, I'm talking about the white masses. I'm talking about the Black masses and the brown masses and the yellow masses too. We've got to face the fact that some people say you fight fire best with fire, but we say you put fire out best with water. We say you don't fight racism with racism. You've got to fight racism with solidarity. We say you don't fight capitalism with no Black capitalism, you fight capitalism with socialism. So it bears repeating, identity politics doesn't mean collective liberation. Now, don't get me wrong, representation does matter. It is extremely important. And having Black leaders can stir the Black community like no other. And Hispanic leaders can speak directly to the Hispanic community and mobilize them. And this is true, and we've seen it. But where representation matters, it only comes to the point of us prioritizing collective liberation first and identity second. Because a person identifies as a woman or a person of color, gay, transgender, etc., that doesn't automatically mean that they have your best interests at heart. We have here some examples of some headlines of, for example, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot defends spending $281.5 million in federal COVID-19 relief money on police payroll, says criticism is just dumb. Mayor Lori Lightfoot is a Black lesbian woman. Pete Buttigieg said he can't fire racist cops. That's not the whole story. Buttigieg has not used the power he has to remove a police officer who Black activists in South Bend have demanded be fired. Pete Buttigieg is a white gay man. The new Democratic senator irritating the left and delighting the GOP, Senator Kyrsten Sinema, is threatening party unity at a crucial moment. She doesn't care. And Kyrsten Sinema is a bisexual white woman. So there is a history of leaders, marginalized identities that are being put into positions of power only to be used to silence dissent and movement in the communities that they preside over. So this next part, CM with the masses, is where we're going to talk about what we need to do to dismantle identity politics and work towards multiracial coalition building. Fannie Lou Hamer said, "Ain't nothing going to be handed to you on a silver platter, nothing. That's not just Black people, that's people in general, masses. See, I'm with masses. So you don't ever get nothing. Just walk up and say, here it is. You've got to fight every step of the way. You've got to fight." The Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party that Fannie Lou Hamer did most of her work with throughout her life worked with clean politics. That is how Hamer described the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party's grassroots participatory program, which strove to advance the interests of all marginalized people in the state, regardless of race. This was a challenge to indirect rule. They were often offered like one or two seats with just two Black people that would fill them, and that isn't what they wanted. They wanted more than that, and they deserved more than that. They weren't there just to elevate Black leadership and take token roles and accept that. Clean politics centered participatory politics and liberation for all poor people. So they weren't going to just be appeased with some positions that was for show, that are just ornamental. What Hamer would try to push is that enveloping issues in identity politics at the time, or race politics, or however you want to explain it, it locks out others from fighting with you. If something is a Black issue, then will Hispanic people, Asian people join us? Will white people join us in this? You would hope so. But if you make them feel as if they don't get to have a say or can care about the issue, then you're losing out on the importance of solidarity and coalition building. We can learn from the Rainbow Coalition, which Fred Hampton was murdered for. Fred Hampton was amazingly talented at bringing together unlikely groups of people in Chicago to work for a common cause. Rainbow Coalition was made up of the Black Panther Party, the Young Lords, and the Patriots. The Young Lords were a Puerto Rican gang turned community building organization, and the Young Patriots were the sons and daughters of people who immigrated from the Appalachian Mountains to Chicago and worked in factories. So this was a very unlikely coming together, but coalition building became so important, and they achieved so much in Chicago that Fred Hampton was soon murdered by the government because of the amazing work he was doing to bring about revolution. The point that I really want to push in all of this is that identity politics did have its moment, and it was important. It challenged a lot of things. It brought to us the important concept of intersectionality. It challenged class reductionism. But movements grow, movements evolve, and the terms that we used to use aren't the terms that we use today. Instead of calling people colored folk, we call them people of color today. Instead of saying mulatto, we say mixed or biracial. Like, terms grow as we grow. So this thing that we're holding on to, we have to admit to ourselves when it's no longer helping us. I know this is a lot of process, but once again, here are all the main takeaways. The origins of identity politics were noble. It was meant to take on class reductionism and introduce intersectionality. Contemporary identity politics has led to performative activism, which is stalling the movement. Identity politics has been weaponized against us in the form of indirect rule and racial division. And multiracial coalition building is the only way forward. That is all of my time. Thank you so much for joining me for my workshop, and I hope to see you at the live panel later to answer any questions you may have. You have a good one.
Thank you so much, Tamir, for such an amazing workshop presentation. Up next are our last two performances of the day. Megan Sederlund will be up next with her dance performance, which was inspired by the ability to move in ways that felt truly authentic to herself. She wanted to showcase the musculature that allows her to dance, and this performance pays tribute to the skeleton that supports her. Following her piece is the Gustavus Women's a cappella, who will be performing Nina Cried Power by Hosier. The group was founded in 2017 in hopes that it would promote gender equality. The goal of the ensemble is not only to provide musical enjoyment, but to also inform and advocate for women in music and beyond.
What do you do? In April I open my bill. In May I sing night and day. In June I change my tune. In July far off I fly. In August a What do you do? In April I open my bill. In May I sing night and day. In June I change my tune. In July far off I fly. In August away. What do you do? In April I open my bill. In May I sing night and day. In June I change my tune. In July far off I fly. In August away.
It's not the waking, it's the rising. It is the grounding of a foot uncompromising. It's not forgoing of the light. It's not the opening of eyes. It's not the waking, it's the rising. It's not the shade, we should be past it. I'll put a spell on it. It's the light and it's the obstacle that casts it. It's the heat that dries the light. It's the fire it ignites. It's not the waking, it's the rising. It's not the song, it is the singing. It is the heaven of the human spirit ringing. It is the bringing of the light. It is the bearing of the rhyme. It's not the waking, it's the rising. And I could cry power, power, power. Nina cried power, Billy cried power, Mavis cried power. And I could cry power, power, power. Curtis cried power, Patty cried power, Nina cried power. It's not the wall, but what's behind it. Lord, the fear of fellow man is mere assignment, and everything that we deny by keeping the divide. It's not the waking, it's the rising. And I could cry power, power, power. Nina cried power, Lennon cried power, James Brown cried power. And I could cry power, power, power. Millie cried power, Jolie cried power, Nina cried power. And I could cry power. Power had been cried by those stronger than me. Straight into the face that tells you to wrap your chains. If you love being free, oh Lord, I could cry power.
Thank you so much, Megan and GWAC, for your performances. So our final workshop of the day is from the Bloomington Anti-Racist Coalition, also known as BARC. They are a group of current and former Bloomington students advocating for the anti-racist changes in their school district. BARC looks forward to radical and measurable change in curriculums, resources, and student punishments. The coalition has done great work through community organizing and protest building, and we are happy to have them present for us all today.
Hi, we're BARC, which is short for the Bloomington Anti-Racist Coalition. And today, we're super excited to share with you some of the important work we are doing to better our community.
Our suburb of Bloomington, Minnesota is plagued with a clear line of socioeconomic and racial segregation. The titles East Side and West Side have created a paradox in the city because of social standards. Kennedy High School students in East Bloomington have received slander for several years, like the bad kids go to Kennedy High School, Kennedy's ghetto, when in reality, Kennedy is just filled with students of color and students from low-income families likely go to Kennedy. Jefferson High School students in West Bloomington have also received their fair share of discrimination for being the preppy school for rich white kids. Jefferson kids are racist, etc. Just looking at our bus signs, it's split right down the middle for both high schools, only influencing that East and West Side norm. Although the intent was never to create this construct, we can trace back the split of East and West Bloomington to the construction of 35W Bridge in the 1950s. In spite of the fact that there is little research done on 35W in Bloomington, we know there is in regards to spatial division in communities. It can be difficult for those with low income who often lack motorized vehicles and instead walk for transportation to travel through 35W as the overpasses above the highway are in favor of the cars. If we look at the income levels in Bloomington, in 2019, a little over 12% of Bloomington's income was below the poverty level, practically only on the east side. The races least and most likely to experience poverty in Bloomington are white people at 5% and most likely Native Americans at 25%, followed by Black people at 20%. Relative to BIPOC, white people in Bloomington aren't nearly as likely to experience poverty, and this is not because Bloomington lacks white people. 75% of the city is white. A 1980 census comparing the amount of white people in this city shows that a majority of Bloomington was white, with a small number of Black folks on the east side. However, a census 30 years later in 2010 shows a large increase of Black people scattered in Bloomington. We look at Bloomington's white residents in 2010, and more of them reside on west side than east. So, it's the fact that more white people live on west side, more Black and people of color on east side, and more people suffering from poverty on east side. Why does poor and brown mean the bad side of town? Why is white and wealthier deemed safer? What about those who break the norm, like the brown students at Jefferson constantly receiving discrimination from their teachers and peers, or the white students at Kennedy who either constantly have to remind their friends that their school is safe or pick on weak students of color? Our city of Bloomington deserves unity.
I live in East Bloomington, 4 minutes away from Kennedy High School. Yet my parents still had no doubt that they would be sending me to Jefferson High School because of the ghetto stereotypes many families believe Kennedy has.
There's a clear distinction between the stigmas about Bloomington's Jefferson and Kennedy high schools that are racially charged. These racially charged motives that parents subconsciously use to decide which high school they want to send their child to implements rigid stereotypes onto BIPOC students. The majority of students attending Jefferson High School in West Bloomington are white. As a result, Jefferson High School is seen as safer and more prestigious, and a school that parents believe is the better option to send their children to. However, in contradiction, Kennedy High School has a much more prominent representation of BIPOC students. As a result of this, Kennedy High School is seen as unsafe and violent. The distinction of these stigmas and racial stereotypes between the two high schools reveals the problem that several BIPOC students encounter, as they are labeled and then judged as good or bad based on their race. These stigmas also affect the environment in which students interact with one another. Furthermore, the rivalry between Kennedy and Jefferson students is no longer friendly. Rivalry fuels racism and stereotypes between the schools, as Kennedy students are looked down upon and seen as rebellious and unintelligent by Jefferson students and staff. For example, the Bloomington speech team is open to both Jefferson and Kennedy students. But in the 2019-2020 school year, most of the Kennedy students left due to unfair treatment. The team advisor for Jefferson High School had always made an effort to keep Jefferson's members one step above, such an unfair split of team captains between the schools, and assuming that the Kennedy team members will always perform poorly. This, along with many other incidents, shows the true consequence of the negative racial stigma between Bloomington high schools.
Before I begin, I want to emphasize that first and foremost, police officers have no place within our schools. Schools should be a safe space for students to learn and grow as individuals, but cannot be achieved with police presence, which prioritizes criminalization over education. Now, police officers were originally put into schools in higher numbers as physical security after Columbine. According to an article written by the Harvard Civil Law Review in 2018, school police officers have not stopped a single shooting in the past 2 decades. Instead, they served as a catalyst for the school-to-prison pipeline, which in which the referral or punishment of students pushes them out of the classroom and into the criminal justice system. Now, this is an oversimplification. So to clarify what I just said, when students are othered by the school and removed from the classroom as a punishment, they are more likely to be introduced into the criminal justice system. The school-to-prison pipeline also disproportionately affects Black students and students with disabilities. More information about this can be found at learningforjustice.org, which is a great resource to learn about inequities within education. The denial of learning to students through biased disciplinary actions has contributed to the education gap, in which, as a direct quote from the Harvard Civil Law Review article that I've been referring to, Black and Latino students are twice as likely not to graduate high school as white students. Students who are harshly disciplined are more likely to be incarcerated. Now, speaking on BARC's personal experiences with advocating against police in our schools, and specifically talking with the Bloomington Police Department, our attempts to look into the arrest data at Bloomington Public Schools was alarming. To simplify and sum up the events of obtaining the arrest data, BARC was asked to pay $1,300 for the arrest data to be put through. This was after we were notified the initial data points that we received was a mistake, quote unquote. The initial data containing 5 years of arrests on school property was given to us as raw data points. After presenting this to the public, we met with the school board who complained that the police department told them that this data was a mistake. Specifically, the mistake was the data didn't separate or differentiate from the arrests and the citations, and this is where the $1,300 cost would come in. For us as students requesting the data, we would have to pay $1,300 in order for the police department to give us the accurate data that was separating arrests and citations. Now, it is important to emphasize that we were only informed of the inaccuracies of the data by the police department indirectly through the school board. So the police department never reached out to us directly to tell us of the inaccuracies within the data, even though we were the original requesters of this data. Despite having a couple of meetings since this incident, BARC has yet to receive the accurate data points. The negligence for data requests and inability to be held accountable is deeply concerning. Transparency goes a long way, and a lack of it says a lot. Now, more information about our call for accountability and statement of transparency regarding this incident can be found at our Instagram page at bark.2020. Now, I'm now going to look into the data points that we did receive, which it does not differentiate between arrests and citations. So I will just be referring to the arrests as reported citations. Now, the total arrests made during this time frame were 261 arrests, and this is within, again, a 5-year time frame. 86.2% of the reported citations were made at high schools. 11.1% of reported citations were made at the middle schools, and 3.06% of reported citations were made at the elementary schools. Now, 34% of these reported citations were for white students. 66% of reported citations were for non-white students, and of those students, 48% of reported citations were Black students. Now, if we look into the racial makeup of Bloomington Public Schools, there are about 10,000 students within our district, and there are about 3,300 students within the high schools. Now, of the entire district, 48.2% are white students, and 51.9% are non-white students. And within this, 17.3% are Black students. Now, going into the specifics of the high schools and the arrest data within that, Black students made up 63.46% of the 104 Kennedy reported citations, while representing 23.2% of the Kennedy population. At Jefferson, Black students made up 38% of the 121 JHS reported citations, while representing 10.9% of the Jefferson population. Now, it's important to remember that these stats are not just numbers. We're talking about students who are physically being removed from the classroom and denied opportunities of learning. And these stats should be alarming, and what's even more sad is that Bloomington Public Schools is not an anomaly. Going back to the 2018 article by the Harvard Civil Law Review, the Department of Education highlighted the fact that Black students make up 16% of total student enrollment, but 20% of students referred to law enforcement and 31% of students involved in school-related arrests are Black. Now, statistics aside, it is also important for administrators to understand the difference within the symbolism of the badge. Among the white community, it represents safety and protection. Yet among communities of color, the badge represents danger. By continuing police presence within schools, we are disregarding the safety and comfort of BIPOC students. This is why we are calling for the immediate removal of police within our schools.
Students attending Bloomington schools are forced to learn from a Eurocentric curriculum that focuses on the white side of history and is taught almost exclusively by teachers. Our textbooks praise white men for almost all historical achievements, and only recently have started exploring perspectives from individuals other than white males. Education about other cultures is optional, and the task of learning about BIPOC history and literature is put onto the students. The fact that every book which is deemed a required reading text in sophomore year is written by a white author, while the BIPOC texts are all deemed optional readings, is clear evidence of this issue. Teachers have stated that they want to help diversify their curriculum and support their BIPOC students. Despite this, when approached by students, many teachers have become defensive, uncomfortable, and are unwilling to change assignments. They do not grasp why their words or course is damaging to BIPOC students. Students of color are expected to educate their peers and share their personal experiences as BIPOC individuals. In many classes, students are given the opportunity to debate topics that should not be negotiable, such as whether the use of a racial slur is appropriate when written by a white author. Additionally, there is pressure put on BIPOC students to be experts about their cultures. For example, in Spanish classes, students of Latinx descent are often disproportionately called on and expected to have a broader knowledge of the language and culture than the other white students. This experience is both uncomfortable and unjust. It ingrains the idea that BIPOC people are responsible for the education of those around them. For years, the Bloomington curriculum has aided in perpetuating Eurocentric ideas and created an environment that prevents white students from diversifying their perspectives and denies BIPOC students education about their own cultures and histories.
We are a coalition of current and former Bloomington students looking for anti-racist change in our community and schools. We want to create dramatic, measurable, and effective change to pave the way to create a more equitable future for all Bloomington residents. This includes the removal of SROs from Bloomington public schools, creating an inclusive and anti-racist curriculum, provide culturally competent resources for BIPOC students, and many other targets. We are always doing our best to advance racial equality, and we've had many victories. We've worked with the school district and gotten ethnic studies class approved. We've organized multiple protests to call out injustices and demand change in our community. We've created affinity groups for BIPOC students to connect and share their experiences as minorities. We've provided feedback to the city to help launch Bloomington's Equitable Business Plan and presented at the National Day of Racial Healing.
In our journey as a youth-led organization, we encountered some major roadblocks. One of those roadblocks has been the school board. The school board loves to talk about being inclusive and the importance of inclusivity, but then take no further action in actually creating a school system that fosters diversity and inclusivity. They've also repeatedly denied our request to present at a meeting. Being taken seriously is another issue that we face. Youth voices are overlooked by the district and city, and some people think that because we are youth and young adults, we are incapable of creating change in our community. And that can be extremely frustrating and demeaning for us to deal with. Another issue we face is getting more students involved. Since we have a high turnover rate due to our seniors graduating, we are very sad to see them go. We have to recruit new freshmen each year. But it is important not to dwell on these issues, but our victories, because those are the ones that matter.
So just to end things, we wanted to do a little bit of a reflection. So I'm going to talk through these questions and give you some time to answer it. So if you want to grab a pen and paper that you have nearby, or just type things out on your phone, or even just think about things in your head. So the first question is, who are you in your community? I'll give you like 30 seconds to answer that. And the next question we have is, what skills do you have that would best uplift the voices of youth organizers? And how do you prioritize youth voices in the spaces that you occupy? Next question, why is it important to you to have youth involved in conversations about a better tomorrow? Next question, how can you protect and advocate for students most affected by racist education practices, curriculum, etc.? Do you have access to money, food, spaces of power, medical training, or trauma-informed care that you could offer to youth organizers? And that's the last question that we have. So I hope that you've all been able to reflect a little bit about what your roles in youth organizing spaces, and that you can work to become a better advocate for youth.
Here are some ways you can reach us. Our email is bloomingtonantiracistcoalition@gmail.com. Our website is barkminnesota.wixsite.com/barkminnesota. And our Instagram is bark.2020. We hope to talk to you soon.
Thank you so much to the Bloomington Anti-Racist Coalition for sharing with us today. That concludes our action pieces and our workshops. We have thoroughly enjoyed presenting for you today, and we will now move on to the live panel, where our 3 workshop speakers will be joined with 3 faculty here at Gustavus. The live panel will be facilitated by James Miller, a senior biology and geography major, who has gained skills in facilitation through the Public Deliberation and Dialogue program. Please join us in giving a warm welcome to our panelists.
Our 3 workshop speakers, Trey, as well as Samara Lytle and Tom Wood from the Bloomington Anti-Racist Coalition, as well as Dr. Thea Cooper, Dr. Joaquin Villanova, and Dr. Misty Harper. Before we get started with the panel, I wanted just a moment to let each of them introduce themselves and talk about how they came to be involved with the work. So Trey, if you'd like to start, we'll go through in the same order.
Sure. Hey, I am a and I go to Augsburg. So yeah, I came to my organizing like through like be a person of color in like schools and in church. So
Thank you. Tamara, if you're available, we can take it next.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I was born and raised in Dayton, Ohio. I moved to Mason City, Iowa 10 years ago, which is where most of my activism takes place. I started in the social justice world with an intersectional feminism 101 blog on Tumblr when I was 18, which is pretty silly for me now. And if you saw my work earlier, I definitely participated in some ID politics, but I've grown. I started a foray in politics in the real world with the Bernie Sanders campaign 2015 and 16, and that's where I became radicalized. And I also met one of my best friends that I eventually own a little diner car with. After the election 2016, I started a small grassroots group where we started organizing lots of town halls and forums, and actually went on to team up with the Cerro Gordo County Dems to do a gubernatorial forum and senatorial forum series called Women and Politics, where we got the candidates to visit Mason City and talk with people here. And that was amazing. And I just got a taste for event organized community activism after that. I then won in 2018 the Edward Campbell Rising Star Award for my activism, which is pretty neat. And then I've been working for JD Shelton with Chelsea Boyden, who's one of the chairs of this conference, and invited me to attend today. We tried to unionize and then I quit because it didn't work out. That's a conversation for another time. Then I focused on local food systems for a while, working with my local farmers market. And then I started focusing more time on the diner. The pandemic kept us closed though, so then I started focusing on facilitating anti-capitalist political education online. And now I'm here talking with y'all today about identity politics.
Great, thank you so much. And Tom, you can go ahead next.
Hi, I'm Tom, and I'm from Bloomington, Minnesota. I'm a sophomore at Jefferson. Go Jags, I guess. And how I got here over the summer, I think the events of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd really were eye-opening, and I knew I needed to do something. And when I heard about BARC, I was just amazed at what they were doing, and I had to join, and the rest is history, I guess.
Great. And Dr. Cooper.
So my name is Thea Cooper. I'm a professor of religion here at Gustavus. My trajectory is a little bit longer because I'm a little bit older. So I actually grew up in New Hampshire. My mom was a single mom. We were pretty poor, lived in a very diverse neighborhood. My mom was involved with Pentecostal church. Any Pentecostalism. My people were very wonderful and supportive to those of us who were poor on an individual level, but there was no sort of overall critique of what caused poverty. And I really started to notice these issues of class and race when I got to junior high, because my neighborhood started attending a junior high that also had kids from the rich neighborhood. And so I was a nerd, and as I moved through junior high and high school, my classes got filled with richer and whiter kids. And so I started kind of thinking more about issues of race and class, and I was learning and wasn't sure what I wanted to do with life, so I kept learning. And along the way, I got really curious about how people had such really different ideas regarding equity and poverty. So I ended up getting a Master's in Development Studies, PhD in Theology, where I got introduced to liberation theology. It was only during my PhD I really started to notice issues of gender and sex, and in part that's because field of theology. There were very few female voices that I was hearing, and there were few readings, and the professors I worked with were female. And then in terms of sexuality, it seemed like being apart from heterosexuality was on any radar. So over time, I have slowly become much more intersectional in the work that I do, and it's led me to where I am now.
Great, thank you so much. And Dr. Villanueva?
Hi, everyone. I'm Joaquin Vieira. So I'm originally from Puerto Rico, where I actually went to undergrad there, and I went to the University of Puerto Rico, which is a very politically active campus, and that's where I really sort of politically conscious, having grown as in Catholic school all my life. So I went to public university, and that really changed my life. After that, I went to grad school in Syracuse, and I studied in France. And when I was racialized in ways that I hadn't before, where I was mistaken as North African by the police, and that's when I realized, oh wow, this is really messed up. And so it checked a lot of boxes because it really questioned my privilege in Puerto Rico as a middle class, mostly white, but then not everyone looks at you that way. So I was really interested in this question of race and space, like the geography of it all. And so through my work, I've really tried to understand the sections of class and race, and using geography as a discipline to really understand radical politics to fundamentally change racism, patriarchy, and also capitalism. So,
Great, and finally, Dr. Harper.
Hi, thank you all so much for having me. I'm Misty Harper, and I'm the visiting assistant professor of race, class, and sex here at Gustavus Adolphus College. My trajectory actually sounds a little similar to Thea's. I'm not from Minnesota originally. I'm from the South. I was raised in Arkansas, a generation removed from the civil rights movement, in a place that continued to be really segregated. And so I grew up observing what racialized dynamics continued to be like between black and white communities, with a healthy dose of lost cause mythology as the primary social construct that white people did. So I had a very interesting evolution going from being a kid who was fully immersed in some real propaganda and misinformation and miseducation to going to my undergraduate college, University of the Ozarks in Clarksville, Arkansas. That was 40% Central American, and it was the first time that I was really immersed and constantly around people who weren't also living in this brainwashed miseducation. It also helped that I was a theater major and came into contact with people who were queer, who were around for the first time ever, and got to experience or listen to a lot of their experiences, realize exactly how very different their day-to-day navigations were than mine. And that was really where I became aware of what white privilege was for the first time. And so that was certainly what drove me whenever I went into my master's program for history, and that carried me all the way through were these questions of how I was raised in this environment that was so fundamentally antithetical to everything that I was seeing on the ground as an adult person. And that certainly informed the way that not only would I approach my studies and the classroom, but also that I would approach, my own existence, and how it couldn't simply be just a career path for me. This had to be something that I was invested in as social change far beyond the classroom. And so that's what led me to activist and liberation work.
Great. Thank you all for introducing yourselves. We're so glad to have you here. We're going to walk back through kind of our day, work by workshop, and we have each professor paired with one of the workshop presenters to a little bit more on the topic. So we're going to start with liberation theology, which will be a discussion with Trey and Dr. Cooper. And the first question for both of you is, how did both of you first come to interact with liberation theology? How would you describe liberation theology to people who may be unfamiliar with ideology? And then I guess following up on that and thinking about people learning about this, what advice or resources do you offer attendees who may be exploring this for the first time?
Yeah, so I went to a church from like age 5, and then I dropped out at like at 15. We didn't like talk about like politics. So I was and I was radicalized likely after like Trump was in office, and so I was in college, and this was like RLN like 101, and the topic was vocation. And so we talked about how kind of one vocation of Christians is to help the down and so I talked after like cool asked to my professor, and it was just kind of hoping that like social and economic like justice could actually like be part of faith. And so how would I just like describe it? Well, it centers on the experience of the marginalized, and it emphasizes action. And so like what I would like to like just to I guess read would be a like Gutierrez's theology of liberation and James H. Cohen's like on lynching like tree.
Great, thanks. And Dr. Cooper.
Sure. James Cohen's A Cross in the Lynch Tree is an amazing book, and also really painful. But I love it because it answers such a clear, it poses a clear question of how is it possible that so many white Christians can look at the cross and not see the lynching tree, whereas for Christians of color, there is a very, very clear connection between the cross and the lynching tree. I came to liberation theology accidentally, thank God, for coming to it, because when I was looking for a PhD in theology, I found a supervisor, the woman who became my supervisor, who is a sexual liberation theologian. She taught at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. Her name was Marcella. And she helped me move from the concept. I was really interested in development studies, so the notion of, trying to eradicate poverty. But it was very much from a sense of us being others. And I was already uncomfortable with power difference between us and them, but I didn't really know how to undo it. And so, in essence, I would say liberation theology argues that we should free people rather than oppress them, following the model of Jesus, and that this includes creating structures that enable people to live life in all its fullness. I appreciate of what was said earlier today, because this work is about changing structures, both within religion itself and then also within society and within government, but also work that we need to do to and with each other, rather than simply think, oh, it's about structure or it's only about the individual, right? It's also about us in our local communities where we can have such a huge impact. Advice or resources, Cohen's The Cross and the Lynching Tree. The other resource I was going to suggest was a book from 2013, an edited book. I edited it. It's called The Reemergence of Liberation Theologies, and it has about 20 really short chapters by various liberation theologians from various religions around the world. It's maybe like 6 pages for each person, and they just kind of describe their work and their context. And it's been a really helpful resource, I think, for people to see how liberation works in a whole variety of contexts around the world.
Great. Thank you both so much. And I especially hope the attendees can grab onto those resources and really keep digging in and learning more past this day, which is really great. So next I want to move to Tamara's workshop and talk a little bit more about identity politics, the cult of wokeness, and then geography with Professor Villanueva. And so a question first for Tamara. So your workshop discussed identity politics and the ways that coalition building is disrupted through this agenda. How can we be intentional about confronting this period of stasis in coalition building and what it looked like to approach organizing with this goal in mind?
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. I would start with when centering intentionality, confronting this, naming the toxic behaviors that we've begun to adopt in leftist circles, also the trauma that can stem from these behaviors, also that sometimes causes these behaviors. Identity politics on a person-to-person basis often comes down to trauma playing out in assumptions of bad faith engagement. Organizing with others is extremely personal, but when we don't know each other on a personal level and we don't know each other's intentions, we can fear each other and it makes coalition building impossible. So something I would maybe say to the behaviors and the traumas would be, I recognize that you may feel suspicious or defensive of white people or men or cishet people or able-bodied people or neurotypical people, etc., in your activism space because of past harm, but we must heal them forward because now we are as they must learn and we must learn, and together we need to grow. Another thing is when we're going back to identity politics in these spaces, a huge thing I see in North Iowa and assuming also in Minnesota, because the Midwest is largely white, that because of this, our activists are largely white. And there's a lot of centering of white guilt. I think there's this belief that white guilt is necessary in order to be a good ally. But what I say to my allies is that I don't want you to feel guilty. I don't think it's healthy for you. And I don't think it's necessary. I think that guilt is inner work that needs to be addressed between you and your God or your spirituality, or maybe as a conversation between you and close friends or a therapist. But in activist spaces, feelings of guilt, pressure, not only on yourself, but also in the relationships they're trying to build with other activists and people of color. It is a burden to place your guilt in a space where people of color are then made to navigate around it. So it's not healthy. It's an unfortunate symptom of identity politics, and it's something that needs to be removed so that we can have happy and healthy relationships. Resistance is meant to be joy, and joy is resistance. I want us to rejoice in the work that we do. I don't want this work to make you feel guilty. And then the last thing I want to say on this is that forgiveness, mercy, trust, and compassion need the pillars of our relationship with each other moving forward. The organization that I work with and hold very near and dear to me has a saying that we live by, which is moving at the speed of trust. Cannot move forward if we don't trust other and love the people we are friends with and for. If you see activist spaces as toxic, which they can be, if you're unwilling to do the work to challenge that environment, to heal and to transform this relationship we may have with each other, this bad faith engagement, into healthy engagement and good faith, then perhaps activism needs to be something you put on the back burner while you work through personal feelings of guilt, of trauma, rage, because in order to resist together, in order to coalition build, to confront and intentionally dismantle identity politics, we need to return to a place of love, of coalition building, of Fred Hampton era multiracial organizing. So yeah, that's my opinion on that. Thank you.
Yeah, so much. And I want to follow up as well with another core theme from your workshop, which was the cult of wokeness. And again, is something that may be disrupting coalition building. And so my second question to you is, why is gatekeeping counterproductive? And what advice do you offer attendees who wish to disrupt the cult of wokeness?
Yeah, I want to point again to compassion and trust. None of us were born woke, and we all make mistakes, we'll continue to make mistakes. Gatekeeping denies people a chance to make mistakes, to learn, to grow. And I think that's what's stunting movement. It's driving away young people who will make mistakes in their lifetime and need a chance to grow from that. And it's also confusing and driving away our elders who will have you to use dated language, language that we don't use today. Should they be canceled for it? Should they be kicked from our communities from that? And another thing is, who are we hoping to help when we manage who can be in what space? If we are to be a movement for the people, for the masses, identity shouldn't be determining our allies. A commitment to liberation should be determining our allies. So if you want to disrupt this cult, if you want to dismantle the gatekeeping, the gate, the walls, we need to question it. And we need to be radical in our kindness and the education we give to each other, and to be generous in our teachings and forgiving people when we fail. We need to forgive ourselves too. And read about Frampton and Fannie Lou Hamer and the Zapatistas, revolutionaries of Mexico. Some of the most humble, sweet, compassionate people you'll ever read about. Pull yourself. Remind yourself and others that if you cannot connect to a farmhand, a factory worker, an unemployed single mother, then you're straying from the mission. If you're kicking people out because they're not fitting your exact mold or identity of who you want to organize with, then who are you organizing at the end of the day? I have a book that I want to share really quick from an article on the of wokeness that I shared a while back. BLM co-founder Alicia Garza gave an explosive speech to a theater full of brilliant and passionate organizers. She urged us to set aside our distrust and critique of newer activists, and that they will hurt us, disappoint us. But don't shut them because their politics are outdated or they don't same language. If we are interested in building mass movements needed to destroy mass oppression, our movements must include people not like us, people with whom we will never fully agree, and people with whom we have conflict. And the last point I want to gatekeeping is that safe spaces don't exist. If you are keeping to create a safe space, it's counterproductive. We can only create safe spaces, and ousting each other for human mistakes or for identity doesn't make our spaces safer for each other. It injects judgment and fear. I think that we need to be leading each other with love and be gentle in teaching each other. This world is already harsh enough, and the things that we have to fight against are so brutal and overwhelming, and the enemy is unforgiving. So enough of that elsewhere. I think that here in these spaces, these safer spaces that we want to create, we can be better. And that needs to start with letting people in and being willing to give and build trust.
Great, thank you so much. And I want to pick on keep the thread of cult of wokeness and talk just briefly about how this manifests in academia and within the discipline of geography. So Dr. Nueva, my question to you is, how can academics and students continue to confront their entanglement with white supremacy and colonialism, both at institutional and individual scales? And what does that look like when we're diligent about doing that work? And how does the discipline change in offers as a result of that?
Thank you for that question. I think has multiple parts, but I'll keep it as short as possible. So I've had conversation with students about like, what do you mean wokeness? Why is this a thing? So I'm always confused because it seems to be like there's a politics of knowledge. Who knows more? and who can demonstrate also a performative politics of who can perform that knows the most, right? So I think this is a problem with academia, but it's also a problem in our society where we have these hierarchical notions of knowledge and sharing knowledge. And so we tend to protect what we know and want to demonstrate that we know more than others rather than having what Paulo Freire would say, a pedagogy of the press, no, where we are sharing the knowledge and where we are actually willing to share those spaces and share our knowledge with others and be willing to learn from others, right? And so I think that's a very difficult task. Um, and so that's why I'm surprised about this wokeness being an issue. Um, and I think Jeffrey has a role to play in precisely thinking about those spaces where critically about those spaces where we share knowledge, those spaces that actually become productive for building coalitions, and those spaces where it becomes productive to think about how we can collectively, because it's not an individual fight, collectively fight systems of like white supremacy and what we call coloniality, meaning sort of the remnants of colonialism, right? And so geography is a really cool place to really think about that because it connects us all, right? It's a discipline that forces us to think about where we are in relation to the region, the Midwest. It forces us to think about us in relation to global processes. Now, it also forces us to think about struggles here and abroad, right? And connect those dots, right? So I think that's thing that I will offer for as GR.
Thanks so much, both of you. And I'll finally move on just to the last panel, which is around youth activism and organizing. So we'll hear from Tom and Dr. Burr. And so my first question to both of you, which can kind of tag team, is how have young people shown up in activist spaces, both throughout history and in the present? So I'll leave it to Dr. Harper to talk a little bit about history, and then Tom can touch on present organizing.
Thanks so much for this question because it's so important. So my particular research does center youth activists. And I am of the opinion, after having looked at this for a long time, you don't have activist movements without youth to some degree, and usually to a degree. In centering movement and also being the literal foot soldiers on the ground. This is certainly true of the civil rights movement of the 1960s. It's certainly true of the women's liberation movement of the same era. Those are certainly two of the most famous historic movements, but you can, how long do you want to play this game? But we can name literally hundreds of examples, not just within the United States, but internationally also, that rely specifically on children. And I mean, young children is 6 to 10, and then people who are considered tweens and teens, who are often the centers of these movements. And they're there not just for the support of an entire movement or an entire ideology, but they're also there because they're the driving forces of these particular moments in time. These are the people who are often most marginalized in their communities. They wield the least amount of social and political power. And so it's paramount to youth and young people generally that the voices are heard. And this is both wonderful and also threatening to broad-based movements. I mean, youth, generally speaking, don't have nearly the amount of establishment. They don't have nearly the social or physical capital to lose. This enables them to espouse more idealistic, more radical forms of ideology. Certainly, we can look at, if we want to take the civil rights movement in the United States, and we want to compare the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is center. And he is just panicked all the time about what those crazy kids in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee are doing down in Mississippi with their direct action that, slowly but surely moves away from the concept of nonviolent direct confrontation. And of course, this lays the groundwork for the Black Panthers and full throttle, very activist Black liberation politics. It is the fact that youth people are generally the most marginalized in their societies, combine lots of different marginalized identities. So whenever we think about youth activism now and Black Lives Matter, or in the Pacific Northwest youth liberation movement that's been so important in Seattle since George Floyd was murdered, we have to think about how it is often the youngest among us who are driving what actually translates into real policy later on down the road in places like DC or whatever state capital or local principality.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think that's a perfect encapsulation of youth activism. And I would also like to add how youth are going to be the most affected by these things. We are the most marginalized right now, and we're all going to be affected by climate change, affected by racial injustice in the future. For example, in the circumstances of climate change, we are the ones, not the baby boomers, who are going to feel the catastrophic effects of climate change. We're going to feel in extreme weather events, the crop failure, and we have no representation in government. And that what fuels us. It's the feeling that they don't care and they're the ones in charge.
Great, and we're close to out of time, but there's one question for you, Tom, in particular I really want to ask, which is, how do we continue showing up for young people like yourself who are organizing for racial justice in their schools and their communities? And what does that look like for attendees, and how can we support your work?
I think because we're youth activists, we don't really have the establishment that other activists who are adults do. We don't have the connections, we don't have the time, or we have enough resources to help. So if you're here attending this, what you can do to help is, first, you can contact the youth person in one of these clubs or organizations and ask if they need any help. Mentorship is extremely important because we're just kids. We are just testing this out for the first time. So if you have any knowledge on activism, please reach out to us and share it with us to make our journey a little easier.
And that will bring us to final question, which you can all, I'd love to hear from all of you. We just have a couple minutes left, so maybe in a sentence or two or a little brief point, kind of reflecting on today's comments and taking everything in, what is one thing that you wish for attendees to take away and bring back to their communities after this event? And you can hop in in whatever order you'd like.
I can jump in with one thing that I was thinking about, and I've talked about sex. Just, there are strands of liberation in all religions, so grab onto them and work with them. And in particular, in the Christian tradition, I think one of the things that can be very engaging for people is to think about the fact that what we're doing to others, we're doing to Jesus, right? So if we kill an unarmed person, we have just killed Jesus, and so forth. And so there are very effective ways to get people to join in the conversation, not just within Christianity, but within all of these religious traditions to work toward liberation.
I just hope feel renewed in their dedication to collective liberation. Hope that you feel full of love and energized. I hope you will share your light and your vision, and that you're able to connect with people on new levels. And I hope you're humbled, and that you will try trusting your be comrades, because we have to move at the speed of trust, and that will be slowly. But if we cannot trust each other, we cannot move at all.
Yeah, just like that like focus on build on building like relationships.
Same. The one key takeaway I hope people get is to help build with youth activists to create change in our society.
Great. And with that, we are unfortunately out of time. I just want to reiterate our thanks for all of you for joining us today, for bringing your knowledge and sharing with us. It's been such a pleasure. And with that, I'm going to transition back to the co-chairs for closing remarks.
Awesome. Well, with that, that concludes this year's 26th Annual Building Bridges Conference. We would like to thank all watching for your continued support as we work to navigate this past year. Once again, we would also like to reiterate that it has been an honor to work alongside our committee and honored guests to make sure this year's conference was a success. We could not have done it without our executive board, our committee captains, and general committee members. We would like to give extra special thanks to the Gustavus marketing and production team for their willingness to provide Building Bridges with all the resources to put on this live stream. Finally, we would like to thank Hewitt, Tyra, and James for their authenticity and energy as facilitators.
Death and despair and hopelessness has worked hard to creep into every news. It has found us in empty grocery store shelves, in the lines outside of hospitals, in the chalk where George Floyd's body laid. It has found us in the chill down in Texas when the power was out, and at the Line 3 pipeline in the Palisades. While hopeless worked hard to break us, however, worked harder to fight back.
We've spent time nurturing one another. We have loved our neighbors. We've cooked meals for our families. We have made hundreds upon hundreds of masks for essential workers around the globe. We have made art. We've danced. We have sung. We have done something so incredibly radical. We have lived fully, wholly, and authentically as ourselves.
Building Bridges knows that there is a long fight still ahead of us as we move forward past today and into the future. But while the conference is unable to fix the world's most crucial issues, it is allowed us to engage in critical dialogue about what we need in order to continue repairing a world strife with brokenness. It has allowed us to acknowledge that all the fighting world will not help us if we do not also hope.
Maybe one day, love, hope, and community won't be seen as so radical. But until then, we will fight every day to create a future that transcends our ability to understand all that is. We will care for each other, and we will revolutionize the masses with safety and the promise of home. We will do all that it takes to make hope a little less radical. We would like to leave you with a quote from Angela Davis, which strikes at the heart of what Building Bridges is and what it stands for. You have to act as if it were possible to radically transform the world, and you have to do it all the time. Thank you for joining us today, and enjoy the rest of your evening.